Chapter 809. Human, you actually dare to scare me? The shark monster general was enraged. He angrily roared and raised his giant axe, wanting to chop this tiny human to death. He wanted to see if there was another human who didn't know life from death that dared to scare him.
Pa!
Before the shark monster general could act, something was thrown out from Xiaoping's hand, accurately smashing into the shark monster general's face. This immediately caused the shark monster general to be even angrier, feeling that this human was still trying to humiliate him. But when he clearly saw what this thing was, he was stunned. This was a ginseng that had several hundred years of history. It was surrounded by a rich medicinal energy that was startling. The group of shark monsters widened their eyes, looking over with incomparable desire. Their blood was boiling. They felt that if they could swallow this 100-year-old wild ginseng, their cultivation would definitely improve by a large margin. The shark monster general was stunned once more. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that this human would throw out such a precious spirit medicine. After all, to a grandmaster, this was an incredible harvest. It's for you. Xiaoping stood with his hands behind his back, a calm and composed look on his face. For me? The shark monster general was stunned. He didn't understand Xiaoping's meaning. He was giving away such a precious pill just like that? He had never seen such a generous human before. Xiaoping carelessly said, "That's right. I'm giving it to you. Such a good spirit medicine. I bet you poor ghost shark monsters haven't seen it before. If I give it to you to eat, I bet you'll be moved to tears. All right, now scram for me. I want to go through from here." He waved his hand, as if he were ordering his own slaves. Hearing this, the group of shark monsters all turned green. Poor ghost shark monsters, how could they have never seen such a good thing in their lives? Although it looked like he was giving them a gift, why was every word so infuriating? They were so infuriated that they wanted to violently beat this human up. This bastard human was looking down on monsters too much. Although there were too many shark monsters, even if the underwater world was rich, on average, the majority of shark monsters wouldn't be able to obtain anything good. They were living a miserable life. Only the boss was rich. The little brothers didn't have much money. But even so, he couldn't look down on shark monsters and say that they were poor ghosts that hadn't seen much of the world. If they really accepted the gift, wouldn't it mean that they were really poor monsters? From now on, he would no longer be able to raise his head in front of the demon clan. The corners of the mouths of the surrounding human martial artists twitched. This was a bribe, and a blatant bribe at that. As expected of a hedonistic son of a rich family, he was extremely proficient in such methods. It was as if he could do it with just a wave of his hand, without the slightest bit of hesitation. It was as if this was his natural instinct, as if he was born with it. But they had never imagined that this fellow would dare to openly bribe these shark demons. Furthermore, his attitude was so arrogant. It was as if he wasn't bribing them, but rewarding them instead. He had a condescending attitude, as if he was the master of this group of shark demons. This kid was probably used to being domineering. Even when facing a group of demons, he was still so arrogant and bossy. Fuck off. You actually dare to use money to humiliate our shark demon clan? You're just seeking your own death. The shark monster general angrily shouted out, "Do you think that this bit of filthy money can humiliate the demonic character of my shark monster race? You are simply dreaming." He was seething with rage. How much money can a demonic character be worth? If 1 ginseng isn't enough, then 2, 3, 10? I don't have much, but I do have a lot of spirit medicines. Name a price. Xiaoping revealed a rich and overbearing appearance. But let me warn you, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. According to the ability of you poor ghost shark demons to earn money, this is wealth that you will never be able to earn in your entire lifetime. Think about it carefully, there won't be any more benefits in the future. As a monster, you must know how to make money. Otherwise, you'll be a poor ghost for the rest of your life. No one will be able to save you. He had a condescending expression as he lectured these monsters. Looking at Xiaoping's appearance, as if he was using money to smash the monsters, the surrounding human martial artists were left speechless. Although they had seen many rich and overbearing local tyrants before, this was the first time they had seen someone as arrogant as this boy. Hearing this, many shark monsters revealed looks of eagerness. Indeed, if they missed this opportunity, there really wouldn't be a next time. Moreover, even if they obtained a treasure, it would be their leader who obtained it. It wouldn't have anything to do with them. Since that was the case, if they didn't take advantage of this chance to make a fortune, then when would they ever have to wait? It's over, this is bad. As the shark monster general saw the eagerness on his companion's face, he immediately cursed inwardly. This was a sign that he had been corrupted by the human sugar-coated bullets. If this continued, then the simple and hard-working style of their shark monster race would be destroyed by humans. Would they still be able to share weal and woe in the future? Would they still be able to help each other in the same boat? What a despicable and evil human, to actually think of such a despicable scheme to destroy the unity of the shark monster race. This was simply digging up the roots of their shark monster race. The shark monster general's heart tightened. He immediately thought of many serious consequences, even thinking of how the shark monster race would be corrupted and how it would finally fall apart. Shameless human, you want to harm my shark monster race? Die for me. The shark monster general angrily shouted. He couldn't allow this human to continue like this. He had to kill this boy and eradicate this root of calamity. Bang, in an instant, he chopped down with his axe, trying to cleave this human in half. If you don't want it, then don't. I gave you elixirs, but you still want to harm people. You monsters really don't keep your promises. Xiaoping's figure flickered as he displayed the Koan Prung step. With a swoosh, the shark monster general's axe chopped through the air, but it only hit Xiaoping's shadow. The giant axe smashed down, splitting the ground in half with a cracking sound. This attack was enough to show the shark monster general's terrifying strength, which was no less than that of a supreme power expert at the sixth sky. Damn human, don't dodge if you have the guts. Take my axe. The shark monster general flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared. Xiaoping originally wanted to fight back, but after scanning with his mental strength, he immediately sensed that there were dozens of tyrannical auras gushing out from the depths of the Flame Mountain. Among them, there were many experts at the 7th and 8th sky of supreme power. These experts seemed to be staring in this direction, as if they would attack at any time and capture him. Stupid shark monster. You don't even know who you have offended. Just wait for me. Soon, my Wang family's army will come to your border and slaughter your shark monster race until blood flows like a river. We will completely remove your name from the endless sea. You will regret offending me, Wang Rulong, today. After throwing down those words, Xiaoping yelled, turned around, and fled with Jiang Yaru. Human, don't run. The shark monster general was furious. He wanted to chase after Xiaoping and capture him, but Xiaoping's speed was too fast. Even if he wanted to chase after him, he couldn't do anything. Chapter 810. Amazing! As expected of a king family, he actually dares to threaten the Shark Yao clan. How satisfying! Truly satisfying. This Wang Rulong's guts are as high as the heavens. I never thought that the Wang family would be so capable. I feel that Wang Rulong's arrogance will bring disaster to the Wang family. If he offends the Shark Yao clan, the Wang family will be in deep trouble. What's there to be afraid of? Wang Rulong is so domineering that he must have some trump cards. Otherwise, why would he dare to do such a thing? Could it be that he's used to acting like a tyrant, and that's why he thinks that what humans do will work in front of these monsters? Don't worry. The Wang family's strength is not to be underestimated. They won't be afraid of these sea monsters. At most, both sides will suffer. This Wang Rulong is truly a hero of the human race. He would rather the Wang family and the Shark Yao clan both suffer in order to avenge the humans. If this isn't heroic, then what is? He's simply putting his life on the line. The surrounding human cultivators were filled with admiration. They felt that this Wang Rulong actually dared to resist the threat of the Shark Yao clan. He didn't even forget to say that he would destroy the Shark Yao clan. If he didn't have some guts and strength, how would he dare to do such a suicidal thing? The Wang family's strength must be extraordinary, enough to face the Shark Yao clan head-on. Damn it! Seeing Xia Ping and Jiang Yara leave, the Shark Yao general and the other monsters gnashed their teeth in anger. They couldn't get rid of this hateful human, which made them feel indignant. This human is crazy. He actually wants to destroy our Shark Yao clan. He doesn't even know how to write the word death. The other side is a king family, with a king guarding them. Their strength is terrifying. Who knows, they might really target our Shark Yao clan. What's there to be afraid of? A puny human wants to fight against our Shark Yao clan? He must be tired of living. If he dares to come, we'll destroy him. He who strikes first gains the upper hand. When we get out, we'll immediately report to the king. Our army will crush the Wang family, leaving no one alive. Right? Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let's see if other humans dare to disrespect our Shark Yao clan. Many of the shark demons were gnashing their teeth in anger. They took Xia Ping's words to heart. There had never been a human who dared to say such ruthless words to them. Wanting to exterminate their entire clan, he was too arrogant. When they heard these words, they couldn't bear it at all. Another day passed. Xia Ping and Jiang Yaru wanted to break through the Flame Mountain's defenses, but they discovered that there were 3 entrances to the Flame Mountain. However, they were all guarded by sea monsters, not allowing martial artists to enter. The first entrance was guarded by the Shark Demon clan. The second entrance was guarded by the Jellyfish clan. They were a powerful clan that could rival the Shark Demon clan. They were shaped like transparent umbrellas, and the diameter of the umbrellas varied according to the size of the jellyfish. The diameter of the jellyfish's umbrellas could reach up to 2 meters. The edge of the umbrella-shaped body had some whisker-like tentacles, some of which could reach up to 30 meters long. Don't be fooled by their weak appearance. Their strength caused the Shark Demon clan to be extremely fearful. Although these jellyfish monsters didn't have any powerful strength, their bodies contained a potent poison. Once the skin was cut, the poison would invade, and the enemy would die in a few breaths of time. This was a monster that was comparable to a hedgehog. It was impossible to touch. If one angered the jellyfish clan, they would explode with their poison, killing all the creatures in the sea. Moreover, their bodies were composed of the water element. If one didn't hit their core, they wouldn't be able to harm them at all. They were formless and had an extremely strong defense. As for the third entrance, it was guarded by the Crab clan. The Crab clan was a natural-born sea monster commander. As the saying goes, shrimp soldiers and crab generals were enough to prove how terrifying the Crab clan was. They had a pair of indestructible chelicerae. Once they were used, they were like divine weapons that could instantly cut through anything. Even diamonds could be easily torn apart. Ordinary creatures couldn't resist them at all. It was said that the Crab clan had 13 chances to transform and evolve in their lifetime. Every time they transformed, their strength would undergo a heaven-shaking change, as if their life force would rise to a higher level. No, we can't go in at all. After a day of searching, Jiang Yara shook her head. There are too many of these 3 sea monster clans. There are tens of thousands of them, and masters are as common as rain. If we rashly go in, we'll die. She used the search device and sensed the situation of the Flame Mountains. She immediately knew that this mountain range was densely packed with enemies. It was simply terrifying. It could be called a dragon's pool and tiger's den. This kind of situation made her whole body shiver. If she dared to go in, only death would await her. It was no wonder that so many human warriors stayed at the periphery of the Flame Mountains. They probably knew the strength of these sea monsters. Once a conflict broke out, there would be countless casualties. There's only one geocentric Ganoderma. Xia Ping rubbed his chin, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But now there are 3 sea monster clans fighting for it. Tell me, what do you think the relationship between these sea monsters is like? They're definitely at each other's throats. Jiang Yara thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, and it's said that these 3 sea monsters are the overlords of the endless sea. Usually, in order to fight for territory, there's a blood feud between them. There are countless casualties. But this time, In order to fight against us humans and the many land monsters, they've temporarily joined forces and abandoned their usual prejudice. She revealed some information. In other words, their relationship isn't that good. If we can sow discord between them and cause the three sides to fight, we'll be able to fish in troubled waters. Xiaoping said with a smile. Although he could rely on the space ring and the invisible pearl to silently sneak into the depths of the flame mountains, that would be meaningless. After entering, he would encounter countless sea monsters. So, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to weaken the strength of these sea monsters and create an opportunity to obtain the geocentric Ganoderma. You want to sow discord? Jiang Yaru was stunned. That's impossible. Although the relationship between these sea monsters isn't good, they're very vigilant towards humans. Even if they get close, they won't let us get close. How can we sow discord like this? She felt that Xiaoping's plan wasn't reliable. After all, they couldn't even get close to each other. Wanting to sow discord between the three sea monsters was simply a dream. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. You just need to watch the show from the side. Xiaoping rubbed his chin. He had long since thought of a plan. After these days of exploration, he discovered that the Rui mask could not only change one's appearance. If he could control it well, he could even change his own body shape, turning into all kinds of monsters. It was similar to the legendary 72 transformations. Of course, it was only the appearance. It didn't have the abilities of a monster. Chapter 8:11. At this time, in the base of the Jellyfish clan, there was a huge pool. This pool was actually dug out by the Jellyfish clan out of thin air. Then, they dug through the underground water, turning this place into a pool that covered an area of 2 to 3 acres. Because the Jellyfish clan was a marine creature, their entire body was made of water. Basically, they needed to replenish water at all times. Otherwise, they would die from lack of water. Although some powerful jellyfish could use their own strength to reduce the loss of water, they prefer to stay in places with water and replenish water at all times. Therefore, every time the jellyfish soldiers changed their guard, they would come to this pool to replenish water and take a temporary rest. What a terrible place! A jellyfish soldier stayed in the pool, lying very comfortably. With a face full of complaints, he said, "I don't know why those humans like to stay on land. There is no water at all. What's the difference between this place and a desert? Staying in the sea is still more comfortable. There is water everywhere, and I can swim around lazily." It felt that it had come to a very difficult environment. If it was not for the leader's order, it would not have come to such a harsh place like land. Isn't that right? The so-called land is simply a tumor. It would be great if there was no such thing as land in the world. It would be all ocean. That would be the perfect environment. Those damn humans and land monsters actually call themselves the masters of the cloud realm. They are simply shameless. Who doesn't know that the area of the cloud realm's ocean is the largest? We, the underwater monsters, are the real masters of the cloud realm. That's right. Those humans are all so arrogant. They don't even have the ability to survive in the ocean. They are simply too weak. I'm not bragging. Puny humans, I kill everyone I see to get rid of the evil for the monsters. Those humans outside want to break into the volcano and compete with us Jellyfish clan for the treasure. They don't even know how to write the word death. How can such a treasure belong to weak humans? Don't they know that an ordinary man's wealth will cause him to get into trouble? Just let those humans watch from outside. If they dare to come up, kill them all. If it was not for the leader's order, I think I would have already started a massacre. Why would I let those humans covet the treasure outside? According to my plan, we should first clean up the humans on the island, kill them, and then slowly search for the treasure. Isn't this a good plan? It's ridiculous to let these ambitious humans stay by my side. The leader has his own concerns. He's probably afraid that we'll suffer heavy losses if we kill these humans. What's there to be afraid of? What's the big deal about a small human being? The poison of our jellyfish race is not something to be trifled with. Once it explodes, it's enough to wipe out all the living creatures on this island more than 10 times over. Many jellyfishes were chatting casually. All of them were extremely arrogant and looked down on humans. They believed that they were the overlords of the ocean and that other than them, the others were all barbarians who had yet to be civilized. Brother, why aren't you talking? Why haven't I seen you before? Suddenly, a heaven grass jellyfish spoke. It looked at the very quiet jellyfish next to it and felt very confused. It felt that this jellyfish was very strange, as if it had never seen it before. This ordinary jellyfish had obviously been transformed by Xiaoping using the wishful mask. He had snuck into the crowd of jellyfish, but because he was worried that he would expose himself, he had not spoken. Hearing the heaven grass jellyfish's question, Xiaoping blinked his eyes. I'm new here, and this is the first time I've met you, so it's normal that you don't know me. I'm new here, so I don't have any good things. These useless ginseng are my greeting gifts to you seniors. I hope you won't mind. He immediately took out ginseng from his body and distributed them to the jellyfishes around him as if they were free.
What?
Originally, the surrounding jellyfishes wanted to be modest and refuse Xiaoping's gifts, but when they saw that each ginseng was more than 300 years old and had rich medicinal power, they almost stared at it with their eyes wide open. They had to admit that these ginseng were of great benefit to their evolution. Immediately, they couldn't bear to look away, and their eyes seemed to be glowing. Ahem, oh really you're new? No wonder you don't know me. But why are you being so polite? Even without these gifts, we would still take care of you. That's right, that's right. You make it sound like we're very grateful for your gifts. However, since these are my kind gifts, if we refuse them, I'm afraid that it will hurt my heart and cause indelible damage to its soul. This is not appropriate. It's indeed inappropriate. It's a little thoughtless. Brother, you're thoughtful and considerate. This time, we'll accept them.
Just don't do it again.
The jellyfishes shouted and said, just don't do it again. They were very agile and quickly took the ginseng, as if they were afraid that it would be taken away by others. Even if Xiaoping went back on his words, they wouldn't hand it over. Seniors, you're too polite. Xiaoping cupped his hands and said, it's my honor to accept my gifts. Besides, I'm so excited to see the elite warriors of our jellyfish clan at such a close distance, as if I've seen my idol. It's just a small gift. It's my filial piety to you. After a round of flattery, the group of jellyfishes immediately felt very comfortable. No matter what race, no matter what kind of life they were, they all liked to hear good things and hated to hear bad things. Suddenly, the group of jellyfishes found Xiaoping very pleasing to the eye. This was a junior who knew how to be a monster. He was well-educated and polite, respected the old, and loved the young. He was gentle, kind, and thrifty. Not bad, not bad. Young jellyfishes nowadays are all proud and arrogant. They don't even care about the old. They don't know that they are rookies and have no right to look down on others. The heaven grass jellyfish looked at Xiaoping with satisfaction. It felt that this young man was a promising talent and could be taught. That's true. Xiaoping nodded repeatedly. But I feel strange. Why do we have to guard the volcano? Can't we just sneak into the depths of the volcano and pick the geocentric Ganoderma? The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it will be, right? He immediately voiced out his doubts and inadvertently asked his own question. We also want to pick it, but the geocentric Ganoderma is not ripe yet. We need to wait for 1 or 2 days. The heaven grass jellyfish did not doubt him, so we still have to guard here for a few days to stop those rascals. Chapter 8:12.
I see.
Then I'm relieved. Xiaoping nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Since the geocentric Ganoderma hadn't been picked by the monsters, he still had a chance to get it. He wouldn't have to work so hard for such a long time. Come, brother, have some sashimi. The heaven grass jellyfish called out. Its tentacles stretched out and immediately took a plate of sashimi. It tastes good. I guarantee you'll have a good aftertaste. Taking a bath while eating delicacies is simply the highest level of enjoyment. It happily ate the sashimi. Where did these sashimi come from? Xiaoping asked casually. The heaven grass jellyfish answered. They were all sent by the shark demon clan. They went to the sea and caught a lot of fish. They gave some to us, saying that they were giving them to our jellyfish clan. The two clans are on good terms. It indicated that these fish were all sent by the shark demon. No way. I heard that the shark demons are despicable merpeople. They once fought with our jellyfish clan. There's a serious conflict between us. Why would they be so kind as to give us food? It can't be a trick, right? Xiaoping calmly tried to sow dissension. Trick? No way. Now we're working together to block the flame mountain. We're all in the same boat and helping each other. How could the shark demons have any tricks?
Yes.
Don't worry. With the strength of our jellyfish clan, even if the shark demons have tricks, we can beat the crap out of those muscle-headed trash in minutes. That's right. I reckon that group of shark demons wanted to curry favor with us, so they sent the food over. And we've already checked the food. There shouldn't be any problem. The group of jellyfish chattered. They expressed that they didn't need to worry. They were very confident and didn't fear the shark demon's tricks. Xiaoping's eyes flashed. It seemed that the cooperation between the merpeople was quite solid. He believed that the other side wouldn't have any special ideas or tricks. However, he suddenly raised this question not without reason. He did it on purpose. After entering the jellyfish encampment, he used the invisible bead to walk around and explore the environment. When he came to the place where the jellyfish stored their food, he immediately poisoned the food with 100-flowered muscle-softening powder. This poison was extracted from 100 types of poisonous flowers. It was colorless and odorless. Once consumed, even a Zongshire would feel their body going limp and weak. Within 7 days, they would not have much battle prowess left, just like a cripple. This was exchanged by Xiaoping through the system for 5 million hatred points, just to plot against this group of jellyfish. Forget it. The shark demon and I are absolutely irreconcilable. I won't eat the food sent by these enemies. Xiaoping said with a righteous expression, expressing that he would not eat it. After all, the food was poisoned by him. How could he eat it? He would not seek death. All right, since you're so stubborn, I won't eat it. Don't regret it. The heaven grass jellyfish didn't think much of it. There were indeed some jellyfish that were very hostile towards the shark demon clan, so Xiaoping's attitude wasn't a big deal. The jellyfishes ignored Xiaoping and continued to eat. A few minutes later, the medicinal effect of the 100-flower muscle-softening powder quickly took effect, causing many jellyfish to be affected. Ah! Suddenly, a jellyfish shouted, and its expression changed. What's going on? My body suddenly became limp and weak, and the gang qi in my body seems to have collapsed. What happened? It panicked. If the gang qi in its body collapsed, then it would have no strength at all, almost like a cripple. For a jellyfish, this was a fatal blow. Me too, I feel the same. Damn it, my strength is disappearing little by little. What the hell happened? Many jellyfishes' expressions changed dramatically. In this world where the weak were prey to the strong, no one knew better than them what it meant to lose their strength. Merpeople, without strength, were no different from ordinary fish. They were simply at the mercy of others and could only serve as food for those strong merpeople in the sea. Poison, it's definitely poison. Xiaoping shouted, I've already said that the shark demons were up to no good and had ulterior motives, but you didn't believe me before. Now look, all of you have been poisoned by the shark demons. This time it's over. He immediately shifted the blame to the shark demons. It can't be. Is it really the shark demons who poison us? Many jellyfish were in a state of confusion. This matter happened too quickly, and they were not mentally prepared at all. It must be them. Xiaoping's tone was incomparably certain. Think about it carefully. There is only one geocentric Ganoderma, but there are 3 major races gathered here. If the geocentric Ganoderma matures, then who will this spirit medicine belong to? He looked at the many jellyfish. But according to the previous agreement, our 3 major races can equally divide this geocentric Ganoderma. A jellyfish said, equally my ass. Xiaoping scolded, if there is a chance to monopolize it, who would want to share it with you? Are you stupid? Now the shark demon's aim is very clear. They want to monopolize the geocentric Ganoderma. But if they want to monopolize it, they have to get rid of the tiger in their way. And the jellyfish race is so strong, so of course they're a thorn in their side. The first to plot against them is our jellyfish race. The reason why they are so kind as to send us food is to make us lower our guard, and at the same time poison the food, completely eliminating the jellyfish race's battle strength and monopolizing the world. Hearing these words, many jellyfish were shocked. Indeed, this was the case. There was only one geocentric Ganoderma, and there were 3 major races fighting over it. Although, according to the agreement, they planned to divide the geocentric Ganoderma equally, the problem was that if they could monopolize it, who wouldn't want to monopolize it? Naturally, the shark demons also wanted to monopolize it. Therefore, the shark demons poisoned them, wanting to get rid of their competitors in advance. Shameless shark demons, to actually use this kind of despicable action, too hateful, wanting to secretly harm my jellyfish race, I will not forgive them. What an evil and despicable shark demons to even think of this kind of malicious idea. As expected, they cannot be trusted. One by one, the jellyfish clenched their teeth, instantly enraged. What are you waiting for? Immediately go and find the shark demons to settle the debt. Denounce them. Xia Ping loudly instigated. If they don't give us an explanation, this matter will not end. My jellyfish race is not a soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. His voice was stern, filled with righteous indignation. That's right. Find the shark demons to settle the debt. Fortunately, we found out in time. If we waited for all the food to be eaten by the jellyfish, we would be like turtles in a jar, waiting to be slaughtered. They want to completely destroy us. That group of shark demons is extremely vicious. We treat them as friends, but they want to destroy us. Go, find them to settle the debt. Chapter 813. At this moment, in the camp of the shark demons. Damn it, that human Wang Rulong ran too fast. We can't find any trace of him, anywhere. God knows where he went. One of the shark demons said angrily, if we catch that human, we'll definitely tear him to pieces. He actually wants to fool us. He really doesn't know what's good for him. They searched the vicinity of the blazing mountain, hoping to find Xia Ping. However, they didn't find any trace of him even after a long time, so they gave up and returned to the camp. That's right. A puny human dares to say that he wants to exterminate our shark demon clan. He's too arrogant. Such a madman must be killed to scare the monkeys. That's right. If Wang Rulong doesn't die, there will be people coming to provoke us everywhere. When that time comes, where will the reputation of our shark demon clan go? Pass down the order. Once Wang Rulong is found, kill him immediately. There's no need to report. Many shark demons were filled with murderous intent. They would kill any human who dared to provoke their clan. There was absolutely no possibility of mercy. Moreover, Xia Ping's actions were a great insult to their shark demon clan. If they didn't kill this human, where would their clan's face go? Report. All of a sudden, a shark demon soldier hurriedly rushed over and shouted, Lord Commander, it's not good. The jellyfish army is pressing down on us. There are so many of them, and they're so aggressive. They're clamoring for us to give them an explanation, or they'll massacre the entire shark demon clan. They're so arrogant. What? Hearing this, many of the shark demon generals were shocked. Didn't they reach a peace agreement with the jellyfish clan? Now that this group of jellyfish had gone crazy, they actually brought a large number of people to cause trouble for them. Immediately, they didn't care about what was happening. They immediately led their soldiers out and confronted the jellyfish clan that had arrived outside the camp. Jellyfish, a shark demon commander shouted, why did you mobilize so many people to come here? Do you want to tear up the agreement between the 3 clans? Do you know how big of a crime this is? Why aren't you leaving? It stood on the moral high ground and tried to intimidate the jellyfish clan. Shut up, despicable shark demon. The jellyfish commander shouted angrily, your ugly faces make us feel nauseous. It was you who wanted to tear up the agreement between the 3 tribes, secretly poisoned the food, and killed our elite jellyfish soldiers. Now you actually want to bite back, saying that we want to tear up the agreement. Your shark monster race is nothing more than a bunch of two-faced, shameless people who go back on their word, even worse than humans. If you do not give us an explanation today, we will slaughter your entire shark demon clan. It was murderous and furious. This was not a joke. If the jellyfish soldiers hadn't discovered the problem with the food in time and allowed all the jellyfish to eat it, they would have all been killed. As soon as it thought of the possibility that something like this might happen and that it would fall into the same trap, it felt a lingering fear. This was a hatred that could wipe out its entire clan. If it didn't go crazy today and didn't find an explanation, anyone could plot against them. They wanted to use their blood to tell those who tried to deal with the jellyfish that if they wanted to deal with them, they would have to pay the price in blood. No one was an exception. Poisoning food? What on earth are you talking about? The shark demon generals were all in a state of confusion. They didn't know what this group of jellyfish was talking about. Still playing dumb. The jellyfish commander sneered. The food you brought before was poisoned. Many of our jellyfish soldiers ate your food and fell to the ground one by one, losing their strength. Fortunately, there weren't many jellyfish that ate your food, so the loss was still manageable. If all of our jellyfish had eaten your food, I'm afraid there wouldn't be many left standing here. You really made a good plan. It stared at the group of shark demons, murderous. No, that's not true. Our two races have been on good terms for generations. How could we poison our food? Don't listen to the rumors. The shark demon general felt very wronged. He definitely didn't do such a thing. Otherwise, why didn't he know about this matter? That's right. Where's the evidence? You said that we, the shark demons, poison your food. Where's the evidence? Don't accuse others just because you can. You need evidence to speak. Our shark demon race is righteous. We definitely wouldn't do such a despicable thing. That's right. You're clearly doubting our moral character. Do you think we're as shameless as humans? You've gone too far. The group of shark demons shouted angrily, denying that this matter had anything to do with them. Shut up. The jellyfish commander sneered. The food was all sent by you. Besides you, who else would poison our food? We have both witnesses and material evidence, yet you still dare to quibble. You're really shameless. Since you don't want to admit it, I'll capture you and torture you. There will come a time when you'll admit it. It didn't believe a single word of these shark demons. It wanted to use its strength to capture all of these shark demons alive and then torture them. At that time, the truth would come out. The shark demon generals had ugly expressions. If the jellyfish race decided to start a war with them, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Who knew how many of their brothers would be killed or injured? If it was just a war, they wouldn't be too afraid. In any case, they had fought countless battles like this in the ocean. Every day, they hovered between life and death. The problem was, starting a war for no reason made them feel extremely sullen. It was as if they were the scapegoats of others. Lord Commander. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from among the shark demons. Since the matter has been exposed, we don't need to be polite with these despicable jellyfish. Let's directly kill them and make their blood flow like a river. In any case, we shark demons are invincible. These weak jellyfish can't compare at all. After we kill this group of jellyfish, the geocentric Ganoderma will belong to us. The matter had been exposed. Hearing this, the hearts of all the shark demons jumped. Could it be that what these jellyfish said was true? They, the shark demons, had really poisoned these jellyfish. Did they want to kill them all? The ordinary shark demons also knew that they didn't have the qualifications to know the plans of the higher-ups. So when they heard these words, they really believed that the higher-ups had made such a decision. In fact, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with such a decision. After all, the relationship between the jellyfish race and their shark demon race wasn't very good. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it wasn't that they couldn't do something like exterminating the other party. What a good shark demon. The jellyfish commander flew into a rage. Previously, you were still acting hypocritically, saying that you didn't poison the jellyfish. Now that your own people have said that the matter has been exposed, with witnesses and material evidence, I want to see how you can deny it. Chapter 814. Misunderstanding. This is a huge misunderstanding. Don't listen to the rumors. Think twice. The shark monster commander squeezed out a smile, wanting to urge them to stay. He didn't want to start a war with the jellyfish race at this time because this would definitely cause them great losses. Moreover, they were surrounded by wolves, and it was unknown how many enemies there were. If the two races started a war, both sides would suffer losses and others would benefit. Now was not a good time for the two races to fight. As the commander, he had to consider the overall situation. Misunderstanding my ass. Still trying to quibble. The jellyfish commander roared, "Wait until I kill your entire family, then we'll talk about this is a misunderstanding. Let's see if you still misunderstand." How could he still listen to the shark monster commander's words? Right now, his lungs were about to explode. If the shark monster's plan really succeeded, their jellyfish race would be finished. The warriors that came to Myriad Treasures Island would all die. If this really happened, he would be the sinner of the jellyfish race, and even he himself would not be spared. It could be imagined how angry he was right now. He even had the thought of killing the shark monster commander. "Lord Commander, let's kill these stupid jellyfish. In any case, many of them have been poisoned, and their battle strength has been greatly reduced. They are no match for our shark monster race. Let's take this opportunity to exterminate them, killing two birds with one stone." That voice sounded out again, wanting the shark monster to attack and exterminate the jellyfish race. Adding oil to the fire. This was clearly adding oil to the fire. The shark monster commander was so angry that his heart ached. He wished he could immediately grab that shark monster and beat him up. Could it be that he was trying to avoid fighting to the death with the jellyfish race? But that bastard, as if he wanted the world to be in chaos, as if he was afraid that not enough people from the shark monster race had died, he was actually adding oil to the fire and was even clamoring to exterminate the jellyfish race. Exterminate your sister. If they could really exterminate the jellyfish race, then there was no need for him to say anything. He would have already killed them. Why would he wait until now? Although the jellyfish race had lost some elite soldiers, the majority of their elites were still there. Their strength was still strong, and they were not much weaker than the shark monster race. If they fought now, both sides would definitely suffer. Pig teammate. This was definitely a super invincible pig teammate. He had never seen such an idiot before. The shark monster commander was so angry that his head began to hurt. With such a teammate here, the shark monster clan would definitely suffer countless casualties this time. It looked around, trying to find the shark demon who was talking nonsense, but it couldn't find him. It also didn't know where the voice came from. But these words really stimulated the jellyfish race. Like a flame, it instantly ignited the flame barrel in their hearts, and they exploded on the spot. Despicable and shameless shark demon. What else do you want to say? You want to exterminate my jellyfish race. What else do you want to say? This group of shark demons are even more despicable and shameless than humans. I've never seen demons with such thick skin.
Kill them.
Immediately get rid of these shark demons who talk like they're farts. Get revenge for our brothers. You still want to annihilate us? I'd like to see how you're going to annihilate my jellyfish clan. Kill this group of muscle-headed shark demons. Let them see the power of my jellyfish race. We're not to be trifled with. The group of jellyfish flew into a rage. How could they endure these words? The other side was brazenly saying that they wanted to annihilate them, openly declaring war. If they could still endure it, then what difference was there between them and a turtle hiding in its shell? Even if they endured shit, they still couldn't endure this. Stupid jellyfish, you want to annihilate my shark monster clan? You're not qualified. With your remnant troops, we can annihilate you in minutes. Tonight, we'll have a feast, a jellyfish banquet. That voice rang out again. It was extremely infuriating, as if it wished for the world to be in chaos. Who is it? Who the fuck is speaking nonsense? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Do you know that speaking nonsense can cause people to die? Immediately stand out, and I promise I won't beat you to death. The shark monster commander was going crazy from anger. It roared. Even at this time, they were still provoking them. That was because they didn't want the shark demons to die fast enough. Its powerful mental energy swept the surroundings, covering the entire encampment, searching for every single shark demon, but it couldn't find them. It was as if this voice had appeared out of thin air. You're still acting here. Do you really fucking think that my jellyfish clan is stupid, that we can be tricked by you shark monsters, that we have to help you count the money after being abducted and sold by you? Today, if my jellyfish clan doesn't annihilate you shark monsters, I swear I'm not a monster. The jellyfish commander couldn't take it anymore and immediately attacked the group of shark monsters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, the group of jellyfish attacked. The tentacles on their bodies attacked, as fast as lightning and as indestructible as spears. With a dong, the bodies of more than 10 shark monsters were pierced by the tentacles, dripping with blood. These tentacles even injected large amounts of poison into them, invading the bodies of these shark monsters.
Ah!
The group of shark monsters let out mournful cries. Their bodies were invaded by the poison, and the poison attacked their hearts. Their flesh seemed to be rotting, and they all fell to the ground, completely dead. Even if they were grandmasters, it was useless. The poison of these jellyfish was extremely terrifying, and it spread quickly. Once it entered the blood, there was no way to save it. Damn jellyfish, they really dared to attack. Kill this group of stupid jellyfish. They came to our encampment for fun, so how can we just close our eyes and wait for death? Since this group of jellyfish wants to fight, then let's fight. We shark monsters are not to be trifled with. Reckless jellyfish, you want to behave atrociously in our encampment? You're not qualified. Seeing the death of more than 10 of their shark monster companions, dripping with blood, this scene also provoked the other shark monsters, and all of them flew into a rage. The others had already come to their encampment, so how could they still remain indifferent? They didn't need the shark monster commander's orders at all. One by one, they attacked, holding huge axes in their hands, chopping at the group of jellyfish. Their strength was heavy, and their bravery was unparalleled. Damn it! Seeing this situation, the shark monster commander's heart was burning with anxiety. This was simply a lose-lose situation. But now that the situation was so chaotic, even if he wanted to stop it, it was impossible. Right now, he simply hated that shark monster who had spoken so carelessly. If it weren't for that bastard, how could things have developed to such an unmanageable state? Now it was all over. Shark monster commander, die for me. The jellyfish commander roared in anger. It attacked, attacking the shark monster commander. Countless tentacles appeared, trying to pierce through the shark monster commander's body and poison it to death. Scram! The shark monster commander's hair stood on end. Now was not the time to think of a peaceful solution. The other party had come with killing intent, and if he didn't fight, he would die without a doubt. He also rushed over, fighting with the other party. Chi vibrated, and the ground rumbled, causing shocking cracks to appear. Chapter 8:15. Go to hell, despicable shark demon. A jellyfish roared. It was a heaven-net jellyfish. Its body was enormous, and its canopy was 5 meters in diameter. There were 8 groups of tentacles under the canopy, and each group had about 150 tentacles. Every tentacle was over 40 meters long, and it could shrink to 1/10 of its original length in a second. There were even needles on its tentacles that could shoot out poisonous spikes. When all of its tentacles unfolded, it was as if an inescapable net had been laid down. The net covered an area of 500 square meters. Any ferocious animal that entered the net would be captured without a fight.
Dong!
It released all of its tentacles and instantly enveloped a shark demon. The powerful tentacles wrapped around the shark demon's body and produced an extremely powerful binding force. No matter how powerful the shark demon was, it couldn't break free. With a few poochie sounds, many needles appeared on the tentacles. They pierced in and released poison. Ah! With a miserable scream, the shark demon immediately died. Its entire body was pitch black, clearly poisoned to death. You killed my brother. Jellyfish, you will die a horrible death. A shark demon rushed over. Its enormous body was like a small mountain, and it held a giant axe in its hand. It hacked down from the air, producing a terrifying aura that shook the air.
Bang!
A jellyfish was caught off guard, and it was instantly split in the middle by the giant axe. Even its core was split in half and shattered. That jellyfish didn't even have the power to struggle, and it was hacked to death just like that. From this, one could see how tyrannical and unparalleled the shark demon was. It wasn't something that ordinary creatures could resist. You are the ones who will die a horrible death. Secretly poisoning my clansmen, you are the shame of the undersea demon race. Nonsense, you are maliciously slandering me, creating something out of nothing. You want to slander my shark demon race's reputation?
Dream on.
The evidence is irrefutable, so what is there to slander? Your skin is extremely thick, and you don't even dare to admit your wrongdoings. So what if we admit it? Aren't you jellyfish the most venomous creatures in the ocean, known to be immune to all poisons? So, what if you eat a bit of poison? You can just treat it as a midnight snack. Fuck you. It really was done by you shameless shark demons. I will exterminate you. Exterminate my ass. I'll chop you sissies to death with my axe. A group of jellyfishes and shark demons cursed at each other, and at the same time, they began to fight. Every move they made was fatal, and they tried to kill each other. They didn't have the slightest intention of holding back. Some shark demons chopped down with their axes, smashing a jellyfish's body into pieces. But before the jellyfish died, a tentacle instantly pierced through the shark demon's body. The poison spread into the blood, killing the shark demon on the spot. Both sides suffered. In just a dozen or so minutes, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Battle cries shook the heavens, and the ground had crumbled. Huge craters appeared one after another, shocking cracks appeared, and crushed stones flew in all directions. In particular, when the monsters at the Grandmaster level attacked, it was like two human-shaped Gundams colliding. Every time they collided, a strong gang chi would erupt, shattering the huge rocks nearby. Even the shockwaves caused many demons to be severely injured. This won't do. If this continues, I'm afraid only a few of us shark demons will be able to survive. The shark demon commander's expression was very ugly. He knew that if this continued, even if they won against the jellyfish race, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, they were now on Myriad Treasures Island, and there were many enemies present. If they were left with serious injuries, they would definitely be targeted by other enemies and die without a burial. Even if they won, they wouldn't have any benefits. If they lost, it would be the worst. All their companions would die, and they would be completely wiped out. At this time, a strange shark demon quietly came over and said mysteriously, "Commander, we can't continue like this. I'm afraid our shark demon army will be completely wiped out. Why don't we shift the blame to the crab race? We can say that this matter was actually done by the crab race, and it has nothing to do with us shark demons." Shift the blame. Hearing this, the shark demon commander's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Now they and the jellyfish race were in a fierce battle, and there were countless casualties. Then the ones who would benefit the most would be the crab race. It was estimated that after this matter was completely over, they and the jellyfish race would both be heavily injured, and they would no longer have the strength to contend against the crab race. They could only watch helplessly as the other party took away the geocentric Ganoderma. However, when the shark demon commander wanted to ask that ordinary shark demon again, he discovered that the other party had disappeared in front of him. Even if he wanted to find him, he couldn't. He was very mysterious. But now was not the time to investigate this. He endured his doubts and immediately shouted at the jellyfish commander, "Stop! Stop immediately." I suddenly remembered that the ones who poisoned the jellyfish race might not be us, but the crab race. They are the real culprits.
What?
Hearing this, the jellyfish and shark demons who were fighting were stunned, and they temporarily stopped.
What do you mean by that?
The jellyfish commander stared at the shark demon commander. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you have proof for saying these words? Of course I have proof. The shark demon commander casually said, actually, when we were catching those fish, the crab race came to our station and had a long talk with us. We drank a lot of wine and everyone was drunk. I reckon that at that time, the crab race took advantage of us not paying attention and poisoned the food. Their goal was to frame my shark race and jellyfish race. They wanted to be the fisherman who benefits from the fight. It revealed a look of deep hatred and resentment. Many jellyfish and shark demons were shocked. If this was true, then the crab race was really sinister and shameless to the extreme. The jellyfish commander's eyes flickered. This isn't evidence, it's just a story. You can casually make it up, but it can't prove the innocence of you shark demons. Bullshit. The shark demon commander seemed to have suffered a great humiliation and loudly shouted, "My words can be seen by the heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon. Who dares to say that I'm making things up?" Think about it carefully. When our two races fight to the death, who is the one who benefits the most? Moreover, by poisoning the food, it's impossible to wipe out all of you. At most, it will kill a part of your race, and most of the elites will be fine. This kind of behavior not only can't eliminate the jellyfish race, but it may also anger you and bring about crazy revenge. For my shark demon race, the gains do not make up for the losses. But the crab race is different. When our two sides fight, they are simply happy to see it happen and gain the most benefits. If it wasn't them, who else could it be? If you still don't believe me, immediately go to the crab race's station and confront them face to face. Hearing this, the surrounding jellyfish and shark demons couldn't help but nod. If they fought to the death because of the crab race, then the joke would be too big. Good. Then let's go find the crab race and confront them. Chapter 8:16. At this time, in the crab race's camp, many crab demons were overjoyed because they had heard the news of the war between the jellyfish race and the shark demon race. They were all gloating. Haha, the idiots of the jellyfish race and the shark demon race actually started a war for no reason. Moreover, they look like they won't stop until one of them is dead. Their fight is earth-shattering and blood flows like a river. Even I, a spectator, am a little scared. A crab demon grandmaster proudly revealed the information he knew. What's going on? Why did they suddenly start a war? It doesn't make sense at all. Some crab demons did not understand. Even if the two races did not have a good relationship, they were still facing a great enemy. Countless hungry wolves were eyeing them, who would dare to make a move and waste their strength. However, they did not care about this. They were extremely angry and wanted to destroy the other side. No one knew what kind of deep hatred they had for each other. It is said that the shark demon race poisoned the jellyfish race and wanted to use this chance to destroy the jellyfish race. Who would have thought that the jellyfish race would be so vigilant and discovered it in advance? They controlled the losses. The crab demon grandmaster said, "The result is obvious. The jellyfish race was so angry that they could not live under the same sky as the shark demon race. They immediately gathered their troops and went to settle the debt with the shark demon race." He revealed the cause and effect of the war. So that's how it is. No wonder the jellyfish race went all out. If it was us, we would also go crazy. Isn't that so? They poisoned their food and wanted to destroy them. If this isn't deep hatred, then what is it? They are really shameless shark demons. They even did such an evil thing. Aren't they afraid of retribution? Those shark demons have done so many evil things. They are afraid of retribution, so they stopped doing it long ago. Fuck, these shark demons are really shameless. They have learned bad things from humans. They really don't learn good things and only learn bad things. They are simply the cancer of us sea demons. Many crab demons cursed. Although this matter had nothing to do with them, they felt that the shark demons had gone too far. Wait, those shark demons want to deal with the jellyfish race. Do they want to deal with us? Could they have poisoned our food as well? A crab demon suddenly thought of this matter and immediately became vigilant. Many of the crab demons felt their hearts tighten. This kind of thing wasn't impossible. The group of shark demons were so shameless. They didn't just want to deal with the jellyfish, they also wanted to deal with the crab demon race. Don't worry. The crab demon commander sneered. Previously, that group of shark demons also wanted to give us some food. They said that it was a reward for the friendship between the two races. But I refused. The reason was that I was not used to the food prepared by other races. I guess they also poisoned the food, but I refused so they didn't harm anyone. It looked as if it had everything under control. As expected of the Lord Commander. His wisdom surpasses others. Fuck, that group of shark demons really deserve to die. They even want to harm our crab demon race. They said. God, demon. I have with king. I have demon. Many of the crab demons felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If it weren't for their commander refusing the other party's food, perhaps they too would have been tricked and killed by the group of shark demons. When they thought about how they had almost been plotted against as well, all of them went mad with rage, and boundless hostility instantly arose towards that group of shark demons. Report. All of a sudden, a crab demon soldier rushed in from afar. It was sweating profusely as it rushed over. Before it even got close, it shouted, "Commander, it's not good. The jellyfish race and the shark demon race have joined hands. They've already killed their way here. It seems like they want to punish us and settle the score." What? Instantly, all the crab demons were startled. Weren't these two races fighting each other fiercely just a while ago? Why did they join hands and come to the crab demon's base? Punish? What do they want? A crab demon grandmaster asked. The crab demon soldier immediately said, "The shark demons and the others said that the poison was done by us crab demons, so they came here to denounce us, to demand an explanation and to seek justice." Bullshit. A crab monster grandmaster was so angry that his nose became crooked. This is utter nonsense. It was clearly the shark monsters who did this, yet they still dare to frame us. They are simply shameless. He didn't think that there was such a shameless race in the world. They were the ones who did it, but they wanted to blame it on them. They want to punish us? What a joke. We haven't even punished them yet. They want to join hands with the jellyfish race. They are shameless.
Damn.
I knew that the shark demons are shameless. Their skin is thicker than the city wall.
Today I see.
Shameless shark demons. I will kill them. The faces of many crab demons turned green. They could also imagine the shameless faces of the shark demons. They just didn't want to fight against the jellyfish clan, so they framed the crab demons and poured dirty water on them. Although their behavior was despicable, it was very effective. They succeeded. Shark demons. Damn it. The crab demon commander clenched his teeth. He hated the shark demons.
Dong.
At this time, the dozens of crab demons guarding outside were sent flying. They smashed into the ground. Mud flew everywhere. Deep cracks appeared on the ground. They vomited blood and screamed. So. In a few minutes, the jellyfish race and the shark demon race arrived. They arrived in front of the crab demon race. Jellyfish, shark demon. The crab demon commander roared. What do you mean? Your army is here. You even hurt my crab demon race's guards. If you don't give me an explanation, you will be leaving, he said sternly. Crab demon. The shark demon commander immediately said, Don't play dumb. We came here to ask you for an explanation. Why did you poison the jellyfish race? He even shifted the blame to me, the shark demon. You want to sow discord. You want us to fight with the jellyfish race. Both sides will suffer. Then you can get the geocentric Ganoderma. Honestly, your conspiracy has been exposed. Don't be stubborn. Admit it. He first put a big hat on the crab demon. He said it was the crab demon race's conspiracy. Admit your ass. The crab demon commander was so angry that smoke came out of his nose. This shameless shark demon put a hat on him. He said it was the crab demon race's conspiracy. This showed how sinister the shark demon race was. Lord Commander, since the matter has been exposed, we don't need to be polite with these defeated soldiers. Let's kill them together. Chapter 8:17. The matter had been exposed again. Hearing these words, the Shark Demon Commander had a feeling that this was unprecedented. Why did it feel that these words were very familiar, as if it had heard them somewhere before? It was as if it had caused the war between the jellyfish race and the shark demon race, and there was a stupid blue shark demon that jumped out and said that the matter had been exposed, causing the jellyfish race to be furious. And now, in the crab demon race, could it be that there was also such a stupid blue shark demon? What are you saying? At this moment, the crab demon commander was in a state of confusion. It originally wanted to explain to the jellyfish race, saying that this was the evil plot of the shark demon and that the purpose was to divert the trouble and that they could not be fooled by this evil race. But before it could say anything, a little brother of its race jumped out and said that the matter had been exposed and wanted the crab demon to annihilate the jellyfish race and the shark demon race. Motherfucker, this brat was completely crazy. He wanted to kill the crab demon race. Lord Commander, that little brother of the crab demon said carelessly, at this time, there is no need to hide anymore. I actually know everything. This was all because of Lord Commander's strategy, which caused the shark demon race and the jellyfish race to fight to the death, causing both sides to suffer. Now that the plan has succeeded, these two despicable races no longer have the ability to contend against our crab demon race. We will take advantage of this opportunity to annihilate them, monopolize the geocentric Ganoderma, and unify the world. It looked at the crab demon commander with a face of worship, as if it was a fanatical fan. Strategizing. The crab demon commander's face was blank. How could it not know that it was once so awesome and even had a strategy, causing the two races to fight to the death and its crab demon race to reap the benefits? In reality, these days it did not do anything, just eat and sleep, sleep and eat. It can't be. These are all Lord Commander's plans? Too awesome. Before I thought that Lord Commander was stupid and had no intelligence, I didn't expect him to be so smart. Sowing dissension. Moving in the dark. Watching the fire from the other side. A series of plans. It is dazzling. Is Lord Commander really so awesome? Why can't I see it? You can't judge a book by its cover. The group of crab demons discussed spiritedly. They also felt that it was strange. Why did the jellyfish and shark demons, these two great races, suddenly fight to the death? If no one used any tricks, no one would believe it. Now that he heard that it was the crab demon commander who had secretly framed him, everything became clear. They also understood their Lord Commander's goal, which was to monopolize the geocentric Ganoderma. Therefore, he had to get rid of these two obstacles in his way. Clearly, he was very successful now. It really is the Crab Demon Clan scheme. Fuck, what a treacherous crab demon. It's even more treacherous than the shark demon. Why couldn't I tell before? I thought they were honest and kind. I didn't expect them to be so evil. You can't judge a demon by its appearance. The more honest and kind he looks, the more vicious he is. Let's learn from the mistakes of others. Despicable and shameless. They actually caused a great war between us and the shark demon race, resulting in countless casualties. These crab demons truly deserve to die. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. Otherwise, if we were to fight to the death with the shark demons, they would have truly profited. That's right. We've exhausted all of our strength. Who else can contend against the crab demon? No one. There's no one left. Many jellyfish were furious. Originally, they were skeptical of the shark demon's words, but after hearing the crab demon's words, they didn't have the slightest bit of doubt. Other than this group of crab demons, who else could do such a thing? At this moment, the shark demon commander's entire body felt refreshed. He had finally gotten rid of this matter and let the crab demon clan take the blame. However, he still had to thank that stupid green crab demon. If it wasn't for that stupid youth suddenly opening his mouth and shouting everywhere, how could things have gone so smoothly? He was very emotional. Every big clan had a few burdens that held them back. They were all pig-headed teammates. If these pig-headed teammates were on his side, he would simply be extremely angry. However, if they were on the enemy's side, then it was like a pie falling from the sky. He still hoped that there would be a few more. Crab Demon, what else do you have to say? After doing such a despicable thing, you still want to renege on your debt? The jellyfish commander's face was as black as charcoal, his killing intent soaring. The crab demon commander wanted to explain that this matter wasn't done by him, but before he could open his mouth, a voice rang out beside him. Renege on our debt? Who do you think you are? My crab demon clan is righteous and will never renege on our debt. If it was done by us, then it was done by us. It is impossible for others to pretend to be us. The stupid green crab demon shouted. I will say it directly. This matter was done by us. The poison was also done by us. The matter was also done by us. What can you do about it? You are just a defeated army, a disabled person who lacks an arm or a leg, and you still want to shout at my great crab demon clan? Have you considered your own abilities? Do you believe that we will immediately exterminate you and make a seafood feast today? If you know what's good for you, immediately surrender and become slaves. This way, you can still live. Otherwise, you will eat shit. It was extremely arrogant, and its mentality was especially inflated.
Pig.
This was a pig. The crab demon commander was so angry that his face turned green. Originally, if this matter was explained carefully, there would still be room for reconciliation. However, with this stupid guy shouting like this, there was no room for reconciliation. If the other party did not directly fly into a rage, it would already be considered that his temper was good. It was completely imaginable how angry the Jellyfish Clan and Shark Demon Clan would be after hearing these words. Perhaps they even had the heart to exterminate the Crab Demon Clan. Sure enough, the faces of the surrounding Jellyfish Clan and Shark Demon Clan were as black as ink. They had never heard such arrogant words, nor had they seen such an arrogant murderer. Not only did he do something bad, he even dared to admit it in front of them. Not only did he admit it in front of them, but he did not stop. He even shouted that even if it was done by them, so what? What could they do to them? This was simply looking down on Demon Clan. There is a saying among humans, a dragon in shallow water will be played by shrimps, and a tiger in flat land will be bullied by dogs. The jellyfish commander looked up to the sky and shouted, "You motherfucker think that our jellyfish clan has gone through a great battle and suffered heavy losses, with countless casualties, that we cannot do anything to your crab demon clan. You actually dare to be so arrogant and shout at us. To tell you the truth, even if we are missing an arm or a leg, if we want to exterminate your crab demon clan, it is still a matter of seconds." The group of jellyfish clan was unable to restrain their anger. They hated that they could not immediately annihilate this group of arrogant crab demons. Not only the Jellyfish Clan, but the Shark Demon Clan was also furious. They, the Shark Demon Clan, were known as one of the overlords of the Endless Sea. They had countless clansmen and were used to being tyrannical. Now, unexpectedly, they were looked down upon by the Crab Demon Clan and schemed against like this. How could they bear it? Chapter 8:18. Go to Hells. The jellyfish commander roared angrily and immediately launched an attack. He could no longer tolerate this arrogant crab demon race. They had brazenly framed him and the shark demon race to fight. If they still didn't fly into a rage, they would really think that they were soft persimmons that could be pinched whenever they wanted. They would lose all dignity. Crab demon, die for me. The shark demon also roared and followed closely behind. Although the previous matter was all nonsense and the purpose was to shift the blame to the Crab Demon Clan, seeing the Crab Demon's arrogant appearance, it was now very doubtful whether the main culprit was really the Crab Demon. But no matter what, today he had to unite with the Jellyfish Clan and weaken the Crab Demon Clan's power. Otherwise, the geocentric Ganoderma and the many elixirs on the Myriad Treasures Island would not have a share. The two clans attacked at the same time, creating an unprecedented pressure that made the Crab Demon Clan's complexion change. You want to take our lives? You are not qualified. The Crab Demon Commander wanted to stab that hothead to death. If it were not for this bastard, how could they face the situation of being besieged? But now is not the time to care about this. They were besieged by the two clans, and reason did not make sense. The only solution was to destroy this group of enemies. Only then would they have a chance to survive. The crab demons went crazy. Their whole body emitted a red light, bursting out with golden heptachi, cutting the earth. Indistinctly, there was the roar of swords, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were shaking. Swords and spears were facing each other. They did not need weapons at all. The 2 pincers on their body were the best weapons. They were indestructible and could cut through any enemy's defense. Some humans fought with the crab demons and killed them. They would bring back their pincers. This was an excellent weapon material. After smelting, forging, and purifying, it would become a divine weapon. Bang, bang, bang. A group of crab demons rushed up and fought with the 2 clans. They fought so hard that the sky fell and the earth cracked. The whole mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Huge rocks were turned into powder. The scene was shocking. Fortunately, the Jellyfish clan and the Shark Demon clan had fought to the death, reducing a lot of their strength. So the intact Crab Demon clan was able to fight evenly with the 2 clans. If he was at his peak, the Crab Demon would have been beaten up long ago. However, it was precisely because they were evenly matched that the battle was exceptionally bitter. Large amounts of blood flowed on the ground as astonishing cracks appeared on the ground.
Whoosh.
At this time, the arrogant green crab demon that had just been talking nonsense silently left the battlefield. It was invisible, and none of the demons noticed it leaving. This green crab monster was none other than Xiaoping, who had used the Rui mask. He had disguised himself as a crab monster to sow discord, and he had achieved great success. No matter how hard this group of crab demons thought, they didn't know that there was a traitor among them. After all, there were so many crab demons. No matter how good the commander's memory was, it was impossible for him to remember every single one of them. It was normal for him to not recognize some of them. Therefore, Xiaoping's identity was not exposed at all, and he perfectly blended in. Chance. Xiaoping had already removed the power of the compliance mask and returned to his original appearance. After all, constantly using the compliance mask consumed a lot of his energy. If there was no need, he would not maintain the power of the compliance mask. At this moment, he was using the invisibility bead to distort light, achieving the effect of invisibility. No one could find his trace, and soon, he left the center of the battle between the 3 races. He moved forward, running towards the cave in the depths of the blazing mountain. At this time, there were no longer any demons guarding the depths of the cave. They had all joined the battle, fighting to the death. After all, this was a battle of life and death. No demon dared to hold back. Any living force had to join in, or the result would be total annihilation. A few minutes later, Xiaoping reached the deepest part of the cave. He saw that there was a huge lava lake in the depths of the cave. There was boiling lava everywhere, constantly bubbling, and rising white air currents. The temperature inside the cave was extremely high, reaching hundreds of degrees. It was estimated that even steel would be melted in this place. If it wasn't for the protective aura that could isolate the heat, no living creature would be able to enter. And Xiaoping himself had cultivated the pure yang immortal incantation, controlling the power of the sun's essence. He did not care about the mere heat at all. Instead, it was like a tonic that was absorbed by him to replenish the energy he had consumed. This is the geocentric Ganoderma? Suddenly, Xiaoping's attention was attracted by a huge rock in the middle of the lava lake. On that rock, there was a strange red plant that looked like it was condensed from lava. Its body emitted a circle of strange red ripples, with its body as the center. A strange fragrance wafted out, relaxing, and having the effect of calming one's mind. There were strange red lines on its body, as if it was formed by nature. It seemed to contain an incredible medicinal power, and there was a flame stored inside it. What a rich flame energy! What amazing medicinal power! It is indeed a peerless spiritual medicine. Xiaoping's eyes lit up. He felt that every cell in his body was stirring, sending out a signal, hoping to devour this spiritual medicine. This spiritual medicine not only seemed to contain abundant medicinal power, but more importantly, it had absorbed the endless essence of the lava, giving birth to a large amount of flame essence, geocentric fire. It could be said that this was a kind of heavenly fire. Although it was not the essence of the sun or the flame of life, it was still an incredible kind of fire, a rare treasure. If Xiaoping could devour this spiritual medicine, not only would he be able to obtain a large amount of medicinal power, but he would also be able to obtain this kind of heavenly fire, strengthening the power of the flame and transforming the blood in his body. It hasn't ripened yet? Xiaoping narrowed his eyes. He used his mental power to probe, and immediately found that this geocentric Ganoderma had not ripened yet. It seemed to be constantly devouring the energy of the lava, waiting for it to blossom and bear fruit. And this would take at least 2 days. If it was a normal day, he could wait, but now that he had missed this opportunity, there would probably not be a next time. Once the 3 races reconciled and sealed the cave again, it would be very difficult for him to enter again, and he might even have to pay a huge price. It doesn't matter if it hasn't ripened yet, I can speed up its ripening process. Thinking of this, Xiaoping's figure flashed, and he immediately jumped on top of that black rock. With a bang, he clapped his hands, and the energy of the flame of life immediately poured into it. The heavenly fire on Xiaoping's body, the flame of life, contained abundant life energy and was very beneficial to the growth of various plants and even living creatures, as it could speed up their growth process. Just accelerating the ripening of a spiritual medicine was child's play. Rumble, majestic life energy poured into the geocentric Ganoderma, and it devoured like a whale, greedily absorbing the flame of life. Chapter 819. Rumble. The moment the geocentric Ganoderma matured, it was as if it had transformed into a flaming lotus. Its roots plunged into the magma, and like a whale, it swallowed a large amount of magma. With its body as the center, a huge red light immediately erupted, shooting straight into the sky, extending from the bottom all the way to the mouth of the volcano, like a red pillar of light, extremely astonishing. Even its body emitted a maddening fragrance. Every living creature that smelled this fragrance had an instinctive urge to swallow it. No one could resist this kind of astonishing fragrance, as if it had triggered the instinct of life. Oh no! Xiaoping's eyes flashed. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. He didn't think that when the geocentric Ganoderma matured, it would cause such an astonishing scene. How could the others not have discovered it? At this moment, at the foot of the volcano, a group of human warriors also discovered the abnormality of the flame mountain, and all of them were shocked. What's going on? The flames soared to the sky. Could it be that some treasure was born? There's still a question. It must be that the geocentric Ganoderma matured. Oh my god, there's actually such an astonishing scene. This geocentric Ganoderma is unimaginably precious. Go, go, this kind of elixir absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the sea demons. That's right, at most we'll fight them to the death. Wanting to monopolize this kind of elixir is simply a dream. Seeing such a scene, many human warriors were shocked, followed by greed. In the face of such a fortuitous encounter, no one could endure it. As for the threat of the sea demons, compared to obtaining the geocentric Ganoderma, it was not even worth mentioning. And the jellyfish, shark demons, and crab demons, the 3 great races that were fighting, were suddenly stunned by the scene of the flame mountain, and for a moment, all of them stopped fighting. Damn it, what's going on? Why is the geocentric Ganoderma maturing ahead of time? Wasn't it said that there were still 2 days? Could it be that something happened in the depths of the flame mountain? Go in immediately. Now is not the time to fight. If the geocentric Ganoderma is taken away, then our efforts these past few days will all be in vain. The complexions of the demons of the 3 major races greatly changed. They felt as if their peaches had been plucked. They had painstakingly guarded this place for several days, and many of their clansmen had died. If the geocentric Ganoderma were to be snatched away, they would even have the heart to go crazy. At this moment, they were all telepathic and very tacitly stopped fighting. Compared to the geocentric Ganoderma, Other conflicts could be temporarily put aside and discussed in the future. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They immediately took action and rushed towards the flaming mountain. At this moment, in the depths of the blazing mountain, with a paw, Xiaoping plucked the geocentric spirit mushroom and placed it into his space ring. At this moment, the phenomenon that filled the sky disappeared completely. It's a little troublesome. Xiaoping knew that he was indeed in big trouble. Originally, he wanted to silently pluck the geocentric Ganoderma so that the demons of the three major clans wouldn't be able to discover him and silently make a fortune. However, the phenomenon of the geocentric Ganoderma maturing was astonishing. It was immediately discovered by the surrounding people. It was estimated that at this moment, the monsters of the three great races would be alarmed and attack. In reality, he had a communication device on him, which allowed him to contact Jiang Yaru, who was hiding in a nearby mountain at any time. Jiang Yaru used a scanner to search for enemies within a 10-kilometer radius and promptly informed him of all kinds of information. Therefore, he knew the movements of the three great races monsters like the back of his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the jellyfish, crab demons, shark demons, and other monsters came out from the outside, quickly surrounding the area. Immediately, they saw Xiaoping return from the black boulder. At this moment, the geocentric Ganoderma had already disappeared. Their expressions greatly changed. Human. The shark demon commander shouted, "Where's the geocentric Ganoderma? Where is it? Did you take it away?" Its eyes were wide open, and even its heart was aching. It was filled with extreme grief and indignation. They had painstakingly guarded this flaming mountain for several days, and even had conflicts, fighting to the death. Many of their clansmen had died. But now, the geocentric Ganoderma had disappeared without a trace. Right now, it even had the heart to kill. I'm not sure. When I arrived, it was already like this. Xiaoping blinked his pure eyes, indicating that he didn't know anything. Bullshit. The crab demon commander shouted, "You're still pretending. There's only you here. Besides you, who else could have taken the geocentric Ganoderma? Immediately confess, otherwise, you'll be in a difficult situation today." It was filled with murderous intent. The jellyfish commander was even more bewildered. They had already surrounded the entrance of the volcano so that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Even if a fly wanted to enter, it would be incomparably difficult. But how did this human come in? It instinctively felt that there was a huge problem with this human. It even had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it had seen this human somewhere before. However, "All right, I admit, I did indeed see something," Xiaoping said. "When I arrived here, I saw a monster. Its speed was very fast, and it immediately snatched away the geocentric Ganoderma."
What?
Many of the monsters' hearts tightened. The geocentric Ganoderma had indeed been snatched away by someone else. "Speak, where's that monster? Tell me the truth." The shark monster commander shouted, immediately interrogating him. Xiaoping casually pointed at one of the cave entrances and said, "It's that place. That monster left from this cave. It hasn't gone far. If we chase it now, we might be able to catch up." That cave entrance. Subconsciously, many of the monsters looked towards that cave entrance.
Boom.
At this moment, Xiaoping immediately used the Koan Prung steps. At the same time, he circulated the power of the invisible pearl to conceal his figure. Without a sound, he flew into the distance. Fuck, that human ran away. Immediately, one of the shark demon grandmasters shouted. It discovered that the human had instantly disappeared from where he was. It was unknown where he had fled to. Shameless human. Liar, humans are all liars. Their words can't even be trusted. Damn it, I already knew that the words of humans cannot be trusted. Why do I fall for it every time? The faces of the shark demon commander and the other monsters all turned green. Now, how could they not understand that the disappearance of the geocentric Ganoderma was definitely related to this shameless human? But they actually foolishly listened to his words and looked to the side. It was because of that moment of negligence that this bastard human had the opportunity to escape.
Kill him.
We definitely can't let him escape. Damned human. He should be executed. He wants to snatch away our geocentric Ganoderma? He's simply dreaming. Chase him and immediately seal the entire flaming mountain. I don't believe that he has wings and can still fly. Even if he can fly, we have to capture him and set up an inescapable net. This time, I will make it impossible for this damned human to escape, even if he has wings. Chapter 820.
Whoosh.
In just a few breaths, Xiaoping had escaped from the depths of the cave and arrived outside. However, the jellyfish, shark demon, crab demon, and other monsters were still in hot pursuit. They displayed their extreme speed and chased after him. They would definitely not let the geocentric Ganoderma fall into the hands of others. Just as he left the cave and came to a flat ground outside, Xiaoping suddenly felt a palpitating aura, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Boom! In midair, a huge hand came crashing down. It contained infinite power, and there seemed to be many mysterious runes condensing. It was as if Buddha had crushed Sun Wukong. The palm came crashing down, aiming at Xiaoping. Xiaoping's eyes flashed. The golden crow of hell cells in his body were boiling, and the gang energy in his body was running wildly. He reacted almost instantly. He transformed into a rock, and wings grew out from his back. With a swoosh, he moved dozens of meters to the side, just in time to avoid this shocking palm.
Dong.
The palm came crashing down, and immediately a huge palm print with a diameter of dozens of meters was formed. The strong force swept in all directions, almost condensing into a solid substance. And the monsters that followed him out of the cave were caught off guard. They were hit by the aftermath of the palm. One by one, they immediately let out shrill screams and were directly thrown out. They disintegrated in midair and turned into a mass of meat paste. Dozens of demons died with just that one palm.
What?
The jellyfish commander and the other monsters were instantly shocked, and their hair stood on end. This was because the power of this palm far exceeded that of a master, and it contained an unparalleled power.
King.
This was definitely the power of a king. Every cell in their body trembled, as if they had fallen into an ice cave and fell into endless despair. Could it be that this human had a king beside him as a helper? If that was the case, they would definitely die today. None of them would be able to escape. TSK, he actually didn't die from this palm. What a lucky human. A voice was heard, as if it was very dissatisfied with the power of its palm. It actually did not kill Xiaoping, which was a kind of shame to it. Many demons looked up. The one who spoke was a demon king. It was a gigantic black bear with a height of 7 to 8 meters. It floated in the air like a small mountain, giving off a lethal sense of oppression. With its body as the center, it produced a terrifying aura of a king. It was as if the moment it appeared, the area within a radius of several kilometers was completely under its control. Even the spirit chi of heaven and earth was under its control. This kind of power was similar to that of a god. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But at that moment, 4 figures flew over from afar. Each of them had an aura no weaker than the black bear. There was a calf that emitted golden light all over. Its body was densely covered in mysterious inscriptions, and the depths of its horns seemed to contain the power of thunder, causing people to feel fear. Its 4 hooves walked in the air, as if it was walking on flat ground. There was a white cat with the body of a tiger. It stood lazily on a floating cloud. It had sharp claws, and a pair of cat eyes seemed to exude a cruel and evil aura. It was clearly a master who killed people like flies. It could probably tear a mountain apart with one of its claws. There was a giant snake that was dozens of meters long. Its body was covered in black scales. Its body was wriggling in the air, flicking its red tongue from time to time. It looked like a prehistoric giant beast. It seemed like this giant snake could devour countless lives if it opened its big mouth. There was also a black scorpion. Its body was filled with black poisonous fog. Demonic clouds rolled, forming a huge illusion behind it. Countless black scorpions gathered, forming an army that made people's scalps go numb. Once it attacked with all its strength, it would form a black scorpion disaster. Within 1,000 miles, not a single blade of grass would grow. These 5 demons were the 5 demon kings. Fuck, it really is a demon king. What's going on? Why would a demon king come to such a small place? We're really unlucky. How did we encounter such a thing? The jellyfish commander and the other sea demons' eyes turned green. They were terrified. Although sea demons were extremely arrogant and looked down on land demons, they were just ordinary demons. To a demon king, it was an existence above ordinary demons. It was a life form from another dimension. They were not on the same level at all. There was a huge difference. Even if they had the strength of a master, they were as weak as ants in front of a demon king. A single slap was enough to kill them dozens of times. The difference was unimaginable. Human Xia Ping. The Bear King looked down at Xia Ping. You should feel honored. You actually made the myriad demon mountain send us 5 demon kings just to kill a small human like you. Even if you die today, your name will go down in history. You will create a small miracle.
What?
The jellyfish commander and the other demons were shocked. They were still wondering why the demon kings were sent out, and 5 of them at that. It turned out that they were all chasing after this human. They were just collateral damage. The question was, what ability did this human have to make the 5 demon kings personally come out to kill him? How did you guys find me? Xia Ping looked at the group of demon kings calmly. His expression was very calm. He already knew that these 5 demon kings were lying in ambush here to give him a fatal blow. Under Jiang Yar's scanner, the whereabouts of these 5 demon kings could not be hidden. Therefore, he was already prepared. However, these demon kings wanted to kill him. How could he not want to kill these demon kings to scare the monkeys? How did we find you? Your whereabouts are indeed very secretive. Ordinary people cannot follow you. The cat demon king laughed. But since you came to the Myriad Treasures Island, your goal is naturally the geocentric Ganoderma. As long as we stay in the Flaming Mountain and wait for the rabbit, you will naturally appear. Sure enough, now we have the chance to let you walk right into our trap. Their plan was very simple. That was to wait for the rabbit. Obviously, they succeeded. They immediately blocked Xia Ping's path and formed a huge encirclement. Xia Ping! The Black Scorpion King shouted angrily. He stared at Xia Ping with hatred. Justice is clear. Karma is not good. Did you not think that you would end up like this today? That day, you killed my son and used my son's head to climb to the top. Hiding in the human territory, you are so arrogant. Do you think that with a human king, no one can do anything to you? But today, I will kill you and take revenge for my son.
Not only will you die,
even your friends, lovers, relatives, and any human related to you will die. I will exterminate your entire clan and take revenge. His killing intent soared, and his hatred overflowed. To the Black Scorpion King, what happened that day was a great humiliation. Not only was he unable to take revenge for his son's death, he was even forced to consider the bigger picture and compensate a large sum of money. His reputation as one of the 72 Demon Kings also plummeted and became a laughingstock. Chapter 8:21. You want to kill me? You want to exterminate my entire family? Hearing this, Xia Ping squinted his eyes, revealing a dangerous light. Black Scorpion King, I advise you to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if your son died, you will die today. Both father and son will be reunited in hell. You should know that there are some people in this world that you cannot afford to offend. He looked at the Black Scorpion King indifferently. Bullshit. The Black Scorpion King flew into a rage. Who are you?
Who am I?
A mere master dares to boast in front of a king? You must be tired of living. You dare say that there are some people I cannot afford to offend?
Who do you think you are?
I can kill you as easily as crushing an ant. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? He did not expect that at this time, this little human would still be so arrogant. He actually wanted to reunite him and his son in hell. His arrogance had no limits. Black Scorpion King, this brat is about to die. He is babbling nonsense here. These are probably his last words. What can't be said? That's the logic of throwing caution to the wind. The Cat Demon King said disdainfully, I have seen many people like this. Facing a desperate situation, they struggle on their deathbed and vent their anger. But it is useless. No one can save you.
Today, you will die.
He looked down at Xia Ping as if he was looking at a dead man, an ant that could be easily crushed. As a king, he had the right to look down on all beings. No one could resist him. Cat, I am talking to the Black Scorpion King. It is none of your business. You have no right to speak here. Xia Ping gave him a sidelong glance.
Get lost.
Do you know what manners are? Do you want to go back and ask your mother to teach you?
What?
The Cat Demon King was so angry that his tail stood up. His pupils constricted, and his lungs were about to explode. A little human dared to talk to him like this. This human must die. His body was filled with a horrifying murderous intent that seemed to tear the sky apart. All the monsters present were trembling. The jellyfish commander and the other demons were trembling as they wailed inwardly. Lunatic. This human was a complete lunatic. To offend and enrage the Demon King in such a manner, he was simply complaining that he was not dying fast enough and in enough pain. Cat Demon King, don't be angry. This human's mouth is famous for being cheap. Ox Demon Monarch wore an indifferent expression as he waved his hand. However, no matter how arrogant he is, he won't be able to escape the fate of being crushed. Let him continue shouting. It told Demon Monarch Cat not to be angry. It was just the wails of a dying person. It was nothing. That's right, it's just the last lament of a dying person. As a monster king, you should be magnanimous enough to tolerate any nonsense and just ignore it. Demon King Snake also seemed to be a Taoist expert. His expression was calm, as though nothing could agitate him. Of course, it's easy to shut him up.
Kill him.
The dead can't speak again. Let him wail in hell. It stood high above, looking down on all living beings. You two don't know the difference between life and death. I'll kill you and eat you later. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, reckless. The Bull Demon King and the Snake Demon King were so angry that their faces turned green. Their indifferent state of mind was immediately shattered. They wanted nothing more than to kill this arrogant human. They were monster kings, while this kid was only a grandmaster. There was a huge difference in strength between them. Who was the reckless one? He even wanted to kill them and eat them. This idea was boundless. Did he think they were fish on the chopping block that could be slaughtered as he pleased? He was looking down on the monster kings. The two monster kings were going crazy. Their anger exploded, causing the air around them to distort and the ground to tremble. It was enough to show how disturbed they were. They were like a raging sea, unable to suppress the anger in their hearts. They were about to flip out on the spot. Commander Jellyfish and the other demons were in despair. This human was definitely a super lunatic. It was fine if he had offended one monster king, but he had offended all the monster kings here. His mouth was extremely cheap. Without a doubt, this human was dead today. Even the descent of a divine beast could not save him. Enough! Bear King roared angrily. Don't waste your breath on this human. Let's attack immediately and kill this person before anything bad happens. He was filled with killing intent. He had decided to kill Meng Qi. Many demons looked at Xia Ping with pity in their eyes. How is this a battle? It was clearly oppression and torture. Moreover, it was a torture where he could not fight back. It was easier for an adult to bully a child than this. If the 5 monster kings attacked, any grandmaster would die. There was no chance of survival. All right, let's attack together. Ox Monster King, Cat Monster King, Snake Monster King, and Black Scorpion King nodded at each other. The 4 monster kings could see the killing intent in each other's eyes. At this point, there was nothing left to say. They could only kill. Dragon Trapping Pillar, rise. Black Scorpion King roared angrily and clapped his hands. However, he did not attack Xiaoping. Instead, he clapped his hands at the void around him. Tyrannical energy shook the surroundings, causing shocking energy waves. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 5 golden metal pillars appeared in 5 different directions. They were distributed in 5 different corners, as if they were 5 different worlds. They formed 5 huge energy pillars that pierced through the sky. These 5 huge energy pillars rose up and resonated with each other, forming a huge golden energy shield. It was like an eggshell, covering an area of tens of miles. It seemed that within this energy shield, there was an absolute spatial domain that isolated space. No living creature could come out of or enter this energy shield. Treasured artifact, dragon trapping pillar. It can't be. Isn't this a famous treasure of the Thousand Monster Mountain? It is said that it is a treasure used to trap monster kings. Once it is formed, even monster kings cannot break out. It will be extremely difficult for people from the outside to attack. Oh my god. How cautious are these monster kings to deal with a mere human grandmaster? They even took out a treasure, like the dragon trapping pillar. This is the monster king's killing intent. They must kill this human. Their plan is so perfect that it makes people's hair stand on end. This human is probably a human genius. These monster kings are also afraid that there will be human kings lying in ambush and suddenly attacking to save this human genius. Therefore, they took out the dragon trapping pillar to prevent any unexpected factors. Moreover, this human might also have a mysterious treasure on him. He can escape at any time. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant? But with the dragon trapping pillar, there is no way for him to escape. Their plan is flawless. This group of monster kings is flawless. It will be hard for this human not to die. Many of the monsters were shocked. Ordinary monster kings could kill a grandmaster with a single slap. There was no need to consider any plans or countermeasures. But against this human grandmaster, not only did they send out 5 monster kings, they even set up the dragon trapping pillar in advance. This was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Chapter 8:22. Xiaoping. The Black Scorpion King shouted angrily, "You won't be able to escape this time. Even if there are human kings lying in ambush here, they won't be able to save you. You will definitely die today. This is what you deserve for all your evil deeds." A terrifying aura of a king erupted from his body. It was like an unsurmountable mountain, crushing down fiercely as if it had the power to shatter heaven and earth. The entire ground was shaking, rumbling, and shocking cracks appeared one after another. Many of the demons present were so frightened that their legs were trembling. Some of the weaker demons even prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bones had shattered from the vibrations, and they could not even stand up. Human, your sins are unforgivable. Today is the day you die. Give up. Even if there are human kings here, no one will be able to save you. With the dragon trapping pillar here, you won't be able to escape today. You even dared to kill and sell the demon king's offspring. The entire world will not tolerate you. It was not just the Black Scorpion King. The Ox Demon King, the Cat Demon King, the Snake Demon King, and the Bear Demon King attacked at the same time. Even a peak grandmaster would be pressed to the ground, unable to move. In order to deal with Xiaoping and ensure that nothing went wrong, they spent a lot of effort to face the murderous intent of these demon kings. For a grandmaster, this was simply a disaster. There was no chance of survival. In order to avoid any accidents from happening and the possibility of human kings coming to the rescue, they attacked with the power of thunder. They had no intention of holding back at all. Want to kill me? You demon kings who bully the weak are nothing more than this. In that case, I will kill all of you to scare the monkeys. I want to see who will dare to come after I kill 5 demon kings. Xiaoping moved his mind. With a bang, the moon god that was originally stored in the space ring immediately emerged. A super battleship lay in front of him. What is this? Many of the demons were completely dumbfounded. They did not know what had happened. There was originally nothing here, but suddenly, a huge warship appeared. It was simply unbelievable. How did it appear out of thin air? They racked their brains but could not figure out what was going on. At the same time, the super battleship's protective shield immediately rose up, enveloping Xiaoping's body and spreading out, forming an absolute domain. With the battleship as the center, the ground within a radius of several li collapsed. The soil sunk by who knew how many centimeters, forming deep pits. This barrier seemed to be an absolute domain, and even a king's attack would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. Even if hundreds of missiles exploded at the same time, they would not be able to harm it in the slightest. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the 5 demon kings were earth-shattering, like a rainbow piercing through the sun, wanting to pierce through everything. Even if it was a mountain, it would completely collapse and turn into nothingness under this attack. Even a city would be torn apart by the wrath of a king, and countless people would die. The legendary whip-severing flow was something that could be done with a single strike from a king. It could instantly split a river in half, and this sort of power was enough to change the heavens and earth. It was this terrifying power that bombarded the protective shield of the battleship, causing many cracks to appear on it. However, it was not that the protective shield had cracks, but lines that resembled the shell of an ancient divine turtle. It was as if the ancient galactic turtle had reappeared, displaying an absolute defense. No matter how powerful these demon kings were, they could not do anything to such a defensive energy shield. Xiaoping stood behind the battleship, calm and composed, not at all surprised that such a thing could happen. Holy shit, what's going on? Even the all-out attack of 5 demon kings could not do anything to this energy shield. Impossible. The attack of 5 demon kings could even split a large river into pieces, and any demon king would be killed. Yet this kid is unharmed. Did he rely on this thing to withstand it? I know, this is the highest crystallization of human technology, the super battleship. It is said that it has unimaginable power and can travel through space and into the void. Its defense is enough to withstand an attack from a king. It can even travel into the void. Of course, it can withstand an attack from a king. Otherwise, how can it withstand the turbulence of space? It can't be. Humans are so terrifying. If everyone has such a battleship, then what's the point of fighting? We can just surrender to the humans and become their pets. We are no match for them at all. Of course, it's impossible for everyone to have one. Such a super battleship is extremely expensive to build. Even the entire wealth of an ordinary king might not be enough. It can't be. If even a king doesn't have enough wealth, where did this kid get it from? Could it be that this kid's wealth exceeds that of a king, or that he has a very powerful background and has the support of a human big shot? The jellyfish commander and the other demon kings were dumbfounded. Just now, they thought that Xiaoping was dead for sure. He would definitely die under the attack of a king. It would be lucky if he died without an intact corpse. But now, this kid suddenly took out a super battleship and instantly arrived before the 5 demon kings, displaying an absolute defense. The situation was immediately reversed. No way. Although I have long heard that this kid has a super battleship, flying ships are not allowed to enter Myriad Treasures Island. How did he transport this battleship here? The Ox Demon King was dumbfounded. He had never expected such a thing to happen. He was completely stunned. Moreover, it appeared out of thin air. Where did he hide this battleship? This doesn't make sense. We have all activated the dragon trapping stance. There is no way he could have taken it out. The Cat Demon King was also dumbfounded. This was beyond his imagination. A spatial treasure. This kid must have a legendary spatial treasure on him. That is why he can carry it with him and take it out at any time, the Bear King shouted. He suddenly thought of the legendary spatial treasure. Impossible. Spatial treasures are precious treasures. Only a few invincible kings have them. Where did this kid get one? This is impossible. The Black Scorpion King was so jealous that his intestines turned green. His eyes were red. Why did this human have so many treasures on him? They seemed to be endless. As a demon king, he was so poor that he didn't even have a single treasure. This was too unreasonable. Nothing is impossible. If this kid didn't have a spatial treasure, how could he take out a battleship in an instant? We have been tricked.
We have been tricked by this kid.
The Snake Demon King's face was very ugly. He had thought that this was a very simple mission. It was just killing a human grandmaster. It was a piece of cake. But now, it seemed that he had fallen into this damned human's trap. Go to hell. Chapter 8:23. Crack. Under Xiaoping's control, the super battleship immediately revealed countless cannons. It was as if a giant beast had finally revealed its fangs. The pitch-black cannons contained terrifying power. Damn it! Run. Run quickly. The 5 Demon Kings' hair stood on end as they felt a fatal sense of danger. It was as if they were being stared at by the god of death. Once these cannons exploded, they would definitely die. But at this time, even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. Because they were too close to the battleship. They were only tens of meters away. In front of the battleship's laser cannons, this distance would probably be covered in less than a blink of an eye. In an instant, the super battleship's energy was fully charged. The laser cannons immediately aimed at the 5 Demon Kings and bombarded them fiercely. Terrifying blue energy pillars burst out.
Bastard.
The Bear King was the closest to the battleship. His body was huge like a small mountain. He would probably be hit even if he was several miles away, let alone at such a close distance. His expression changed drastically. All the cells in his body trembled. He shouted angrily, "Bear rules the world." With a boom, he crazily circulated his demonic power. The energy vibrated and formed the tyrant body of the bear race. This was the Bear King's absolute defense. All the muscles in his body swelled up. The density of his muscles seemed to have increased by tens of times. Even a layer of energy shield appeared on the surface of his body. It was as if there were countless runes appearing, like an armor. With this kind of energy armor, even if he faced an attack from a king, he would be able to easily block it. But this laser cannon was too terrifying. Its energy was highly condensed and compressed to the extreme. It was indestructible. Nothing could block it. If the water was condensed to the extreme, it would become a water knife. Even diamonds could be easily cut. And this was the principle of the laser cannon. It compressed the energy and released it instantly. The destructive power was simply unimaginable. Even the defense of a king couldn't block it and would be easily penetrated.
Dong.
In the blink of an eye, the blue energy pillars arrived in front of the Bear King. Like a rainbow piercing through the sun, it tore everything apart. The energy armor on the Bear King's body was of no use. With a crash, the energy armor on his body was instantly torn apart. It was as simple as tofu.
Ah.
The Bear King let out a blood-curdling screech as dozens of laser cannons shot over, instantly turning its body into a beehive. Even its forehead was easily penetrated. Large amounts of blood flowed from its body, dripping and dripping. Its eyes were wide open, revealing fear, shock, regret, disbelief, and other emotions. It seemed to be unable to believe that it had died in this place just like that. He was clearly a demon king. If he hadn't been surrounded, it was almost impossible for him to die. With a plop, its body fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Soil flew everywhere, and 2 or 3 shocking cracks appeared on the ground. No way, the Demon King died just like that? The Jellyfish Commander and the other demons were all dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded and could hardly believe it. One had to know what kind of person a Monster King was. He was the king of a race and was high above everyone else. He ruled over millions and millions of people. He was not on the same level as an ordinary being. This kind of difference was almost insurmountable. The appearance of a demon king was enough to slaughter a group of them. It was guaranteed that there wouldn't be a single scar on their bodies. However, such a big figure had actually died, and he had died at the hands of a human grandmaster. Even though this grandmaster had used high-tech weapons, he had still killed a king. If this news spread, it would definitely be earth-shattering and shock the cloud realm. No one knew how big of a wave it would cause. Bastard. Damn bastard. You actually killed the Bear King, a king of the myriad demon mountain. You wanna die, you wanna die. How dare you do such a thing? The Ox Demon King roared in grief and indignation. A wave of anger instantly exploded in his chest like a super volcano eruption. His eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. The Bear King was one of the overlords of the demon clan. Such a demon king was high above everyone else and insufferably arrogant. He did not take a lowly human beast like Xia Ping seriously at all. However, the Bear King did not die at the hands of a human king, but at the hands of a human grandmaster. This way of dying was too humiliating. It was a great humiliation. The Bear King's death would probably be nailed to the Demon King's pillar of shame. It would serve as a warning to future generations and teach them a lesson. You don't dare to do such a thing? Who do you think you are? You dare to come and kill me just because you are prepared to die. Xia Ping sneered. Do you think that just because I am a grandmaster and you are kings, killing me is as easy as crushing an ant? What a joke. Come on, crush me now. Let's see how you can do that. Let me tell you the truth. Today, not only will the Bear King die, all of you demon kings will die. Even if an immortal descends to the mortal world, he will not be able to save you. His body was filled with a monstrous killing intent that filled the entire space. The jellyfish commander and the other demons were stunned. They did not know what to say. This human was only a grandmaster, but he actually dared to threaten the demon kings to their faces and kill them. If they had not seen this scene with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. They would have thought that it was a fantasy. But now it was really happening. You want to kill us 4 demon kings? You are too arrogant. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a battleship? When I break through the defense of this battleship, you will be a pile of shit. Just a pile of shit. Do you understand? The Ox Demon King roared. He stepped into the void, his 4 hooves trampling the air as if he was walking on flat ground. At the same time, his 2 horns suddenly erupted with lightning energy. They crackled and charged towards Xia Ping like 2 lightning spears. The Ox Demon King's speed even exceeded 30 times the speed of sound. He was moving as fast as lightning. Such speed was invisible to the naked eye. They only saw a bolt of lightning appear in midair, and the Ox Demon King's figure appeared in front of Xia Ping. At that moment, the Ox Demon King was like a super tank advancing at full speed. He crushed everything in his way, and the void exploded. He had the aura to shatter Mount Buzhou. It could be said that extreme killing intent was brewing in his heart. He used all his strength in this attack. He had to kill this bastard that dared to blaspheme the dignity of a demon king.
Dong.
This attack violently collided with the super battleship's energy shield and was immediately blocked. The terrifying lightning spear seemed to be able to penetrate everything. It was as if the god of thunder had come to life. Break for me immediately. The Ox Demon King's expression was extremely ferocious. He was almost using all his strength. His face was flushed red, and the demonic power in his body was pushed to the limit. Even his blood vessels burst and blood flowed out. Chapter 8:24. The collision was earth-shattering. Mountains and rivers were overturned, and it was as though thousands of volcanoes had erupted. This was the furious strike of a monarch. It was earth-shattering, and anyone who saw it would tremble in fear. The jellyfish and the other demons were horrified. If they were struck by this strike, they would probably have been smashed to death. Their bodies would have been torn apart. They wouldn't have been able to withstand it.
Bang.
Ox Demon Monarch slammed into the super battleship's protective barrier. The powerful lightning spear was like an electric drill that wanted to completely destroy the barrier and pierce a huge hole. His expression was ferocious. He had already used all his strength. However, the protective barrier was as firm as a rock. It remained motionless like the patterns of an ancient divine turtle. It was like a crystal that blocked all forces. The collision produced dazzling sparks. Thunder rumbled, causing the ground to tremble. Break. Break for me. Break. Ox Demon Monarch roared angrily. This was Ox Demon Roar. It contained the supreme power to stimulate one's body's potential. If one's allies heard it, their blood would boil. It would be as though they had eaten a great tonic. It would stimulate their lifeblood and unleash their endless potential, causing their strength to increase exponentially. This power also had a suggestive effect on oneself. It could completely release one's strength to its greatest extent and use it to kill enemies. Break my ass. A cold glint flashed in Xiaoping's eyes. He wouldn't allow Ox Demon Monarch to continue like this. Although he was confident in his battleship's protective barrier and knew that it wouldn't be broken by Ox Demon Monarch, defending like this consumed a lot of energy. However, this kind of defense also consumed a lot of energy. If the energy was depleted, this warship would be nothing more than a piece of scrap metal.
Boom.
The super battleship's cannon spun and rumbled as though a war beast had awakened. It emitted an oppressive aura as the cannon was immediately aimed at Ox Demon Monarch. No good.
Run.
Cat Demon Monarch, Snake Demon Monarch, and Black Scorpion Monarch's expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. They let out a loud roar and told Ox Demon Monarch to flee quickly. Otherwise, he would definitely die under the cannon's muzzle. Damn it! Ox Demon Monarch was indignant. His full-powered strike had failed to break through the opponent's battleship's defense. It was too hateful. How could humans have such terrifying war weapons? He immediately retracted his strength and wanted to turn and flee. However, it was already too late for it to escape. The muzzle of the cannon had already been aimed at it. It didn't even need a breath's time to recharge its energy. It fired instantly. Dozens of energy beams shot out like a huge net of death, enveloping the world. In an instant, they wrapped around the Ox Demon Monarch's huge body and locked onto his aura. Ah! The Ox Demon Monarch let out a shrill scream. His ox hide, which was strong enough to withstand any divine weapon, was like tofu in front of such a laser cannon.
Dong.
In the blink of an eye, its huge body was beaten into a beehive. Dozens of bloody holes appeared on its body. Even its heart and forehead had shocking holes. Blood flowed freely from its body, almost forming a small lake. With a thud, the Ox Demon Monarch's massive body collapsed to the ground. It was as if a small mountain had collapsed. His eyes were wide open, and he appeared extremely indignant and regretful. If it had known that this human had such a terrifying weapon, it would not have come to find trouble with this guy even if it was beaten to death. But it was too late to say anything now. What a monster! The jellyfish and the other monsters couldn't help but cry out in shock. That was a demon monarch, not some random cat or dog. If it was in the boundless sea, it would be the king of the sea. Who would dare to disrespect it? With one command, corpses would float for thousands of miles, blood would flow like rivers, and everything would be destroyed. But now, 2 demon monarchs had died consecutively. It was as if the lives of demon monarchs were worthless. They were harvested by this extremely cruel human, like rice. Ox Demon Monarch, the Cat Demon Monarch, the Snake Demon Monarch, and the Black Scorpion King stared with wide eyes. They felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Another demon monarch had been killed by this human. This was an unbearable burden for the 1,000 Monster Mountain. Such hatred could not be washed away even by the waters of 3 rivers. In an instant, they had formed an irreconcilable hatred with Xiaoping. They would chase this human to the ends of the earth for the rest of their lives. They would not give up no matter what happened. Bastard. The Snake Demon Monarch roared into the sky. He was extremely sad and angry. Although his relationship with the Ox Demon Monarch and the Bear Demon Monarch was not very harmonious, they were all demon monarchs of the 1,000 Monster Mountain. Seeing 2 of them die, he felt sad. No matter what, they were all demon monarchs. They could not live under the same sky as humans. Bastard human, I will not let you go. The 1,000-monster mountain will not rest until you are dead. You will be chased by demon monarchs for the rest of your life. Your soul will not be able to rest in peace. Your entire clan will be exterminated. You will not have a good ending. The cat demon monarch, the snake demon monarch, and the black scorpion king shouted angrily. They were extremely angry. It could be said that they had never been so angry in their lives. This was the first time. Good, I will not let you go either. You can go to hell with the bear demon monarch and the ox demon monarch. We can all be companions. Xia Ping sneered. He did not care about the wailing of these demon monarchs. Before, the 1,000-monster mountain would not rest until he was dead. They had even issued a bounty for his head. Since that was the case, there was no difference between killing a demon monarch and killing a few demon monarchs. They would not rest until he was dead anyway. These threats were no different from farts to him. These demon monarchs were dreaming if they thought they could scare him like this. Damn it.
Run. Run.
This warship is too terrifying. It is not something that humans can withstand. Once we escape its attack range, it will not be able to kill us. The cat demon monarch, the snake demon monarch, and the black scorpion king had ugly expressions. They wanted to escape quickly, but they soon discovered that it was impossible to do so. This was because the surroundings had long been bound by the dragon-trapping pillars, forming a huge barrier. Not only could outsiders not enter, but even the people inside could not leave. Even though they were demon monarchs, it was difficult for them to break out of such a barrier in a short period of time. This was originally a method to prevent humans from escaping, but now it had become a living coffin for them. It was the fatal factor that caused their deaths. This was too ironic. It's over. It's over now. The eyes of the cat demon monarch, the snake demon monarch, and the black scorpion king turned green. They never expected such a situation to occur. Even if they wanted to remove the barrier of the dragon-trapping pillars, it would take some time. However, this amount of time was enough for the warship to kill them dozens of times. Haha, let's see where else you can escape to. The barrier that was meant to prevent me from escaping has now become your prison. You never expected this day, right? This is retribution. Chapter 8:25. Rumble. The super battleship shook, and its cannons roared as it aimed at the three demon kings. It was a death stare. Cat Demon King, Snake Demon King, and Black Scorpion King's expressions changed drastically. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if the Grim Reaper was looking at their souls and was about to cut them with a sickle. Run. The first to run was Cat Demon King. He was the fastest of the three demon kings. He was extremely agile. He stepped on the air and quickly fled into the distance. This was his ultimate skill, Cat Air Step. Once he used this step, layers of afterimages would appear in midair. They were like antelopes hanging their horns, traceless. Even demon kings of the same level would not be able to track him. It could be said that if Cat Demon King wanted to escape, there would be few who could catch him. The second to escape was the Black Scorpion King. Don't be fooled by its ferocious appearance, as if it was incomparably malicious. In reality, it was the most cowardly. If it encountered any danger, it would turn tail and run. Whoosh! In an instant, a large amount of black poisonous gas surged out of his body. It covered the sky and covered the earth. A large amount of black fog covered a radius of 1/2 kilometer, blocking the nearby space. And the Black Scorpion King hid in the black fog. He was silent, as if he had escaped into the void. Even people with good eyesight would not be able to find traces of the Black Scorpion King. It was as if the Black Scorpion King had escaped from this space. The last to run was Snake Demon King. He cursed the two bastards for not being loyal. They actually ran faster than him. Weren't they making him a target? If one wanted to live in danger, there was no need to run the fastest. It was enough to be faster than the last one. Clearly, the two Demon Kings had the same idea. They wanted to use Snake Demon King as a scapegoat to buy time. This way, they would have a chance to escape the dragon confinement pillar's barrier. Snake steps. Snake Demon King was not easy to deal with either. His huge body was as agile as a bird. He wriggled in the air like a giant dragon soaring through the clouds. His flight path was like a narrow mountain path. He spiraled upward in circles, and his speed was extremely fast. He was not inferior to the other two demon kings. It could be said that he was using all his strength now. He was afraid that he would fall behind and follow in the footsteps of Ox Demon King and Bear King. If that happened, his death would be too unjust.
Kill.
Xiaoping could not be bothered with how the three Yao Kings were going to escape. He immediately activated his super battleship and unleashed a saturation and area of effect attack on his surroundings. His laser cannons rained down furiously. Beams of azure energy burst forth, falling down like raindrops. There was no space for the Demon Kings to escape. No matter where they ran, they would be attacked by the laser cannons. The Snake Demon King, who was running the slowest, was immediately attacked. Dozens of blue energy cannons bombarded it, tearing through the air and blasting its body into two on the spot. It was as if the lower half of its body had been blasted into a beehive. Blood flowed out like a river. It was as if it was free, forming a small lake of blood on the ground. It was extremely shocking. However, at the last moment, it hadn't been hit in its vitals. Coupled with the Demon King's tyrannical vitality, the Snake Demon King, which only had half of its body left, was still alive. However, it was screaming in pain. Its combat power had been reduced by more than half. Bastard. The Cat Demon King's face turned green. When he saw the Snake Demon King's miserable state, he didn't have the time to feel sorry for the Snake Demon King because the laser cannons bombarded his body. Even though his cat air step was unparalleled in the world and was enough to dodge the attacks of a king, he still had nowhere to run when faced with such an area of effect attack that occupied every inch of space.
Bang.
Dozens of energy cannons shot over. The Cat Demon King was caught off guard, and his limbs were pierced by the energy cannons. Immediately, bloody holes appeared. His entire body fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, letting out a miserable scream. At the same time, a huge crater was created. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. It was a shocking scene. A bloody hole appeared in his abdomen. It was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people would have died from such a serious injury. However, as a demon king, his vitality was extremely tenacious. Damn it! The Black Scorpion King was also extremely sad and angry. He had originally come to this place to seek revenge on Xiaoping. He wanted to kill the enemy who had killed his son. But now he was being chased by this enemy and had to flee in a sorry state. There was no one more aggrieved than him. It unleashed its black poisonous gas in an attempt to escape from this bastard's attack range. However, in front of this void boundary, there was nowhere for it to escape. It only managed to escape for a short distance before it was blocked by a transparent void boundary. This was the Dragon Confinement Pillar's barrier space. He was too anxious and forgot that there was a spatial barrier here. He was hit on the spot and saw stars. Shoo! 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 Energy cannons shot over. They were indestructible and instantly pierced through the Black Scorpion King's hard shell. Blood immediately burst out, and the Black Scorpion King let out a miserable scream. One of his arms immediately exploded and flew out, becoming the one-armed Black Scorpion King. No, no, no! The Black Scorpion King's eyes were wide open. He didn't expect to lose an arm. Furthermore, it was done by a puny human. He even wanted to kill him now. Even if he really recovered in the future, it would still have a huge impact on his strength. The super warship's attack instantly dealt a heavy blow to the three demon monarchs. It left the surrounding demons dumbfounded. Too strong. This weapon is simply divine. It can even kill demon kings. This is too scary. How tragic. 5 demon kings are either dead or crippled. Moreover, they died at the hands of a human grandmaster. This is unbelievable. If news of this gets out, it will shock the world. This is not fair. Why does this human have such a terrifying weapon? Is there any way for us demons to survive? Fortunately, such a weapon is expensive to manufacture. It's equivalent to a divine weapon. There can't be many of them. Otherwise, we'd better surrender. The jellyfish and the other demons didn't know what to say. Previously, they had looked down on humans and thought that they were just weak creatures. Apart from the human king, the others were not worth mentioning. But now, a mere human grandmaster was using such a terrifying weapon to easily slaughter demon kings. He was going to do something earth-shattering. Go to hell. Xia Ping was unforgiving. He immediately wanted to activate the battleship's weapon to kill the 3 demon kings and get rid of any future troubles.
Stop.
Suddenly, a shout came from a small mountain in the distance. Immediately, a figure blocked Xia Ping's path like a cannonball. The figure emitted a terrifying aura. It was a king. However, it wasn't a demon king but a human king.
Oh.
Chapter 8:26.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh,
Swoosh. With the appearance of Hua Yongming, the human king, there were many grandmasters behind him. One by one, they walked out of the hills as if they had been hiding nearby for a long time. They probably wanted to ambush him. Moreover, Xia Ping was very familiar with these human grandmasters. Hua Gang, Chao Zhengbin, and other core students who had been sent to the sinful army were also here. What's going on? Why are there so many human grandmasters nearby? The group of monsters was shocked. This flaming mountain was the territory of their sea monsters. How could these human gurus silently invade it without them knowing? After all, the dragon trapping stance covered an area of dozens of miles. People from the outside could not enter at all. Therefore, this group of people must have been hiding in a hidden hill in advance and only jumped out now. But thinking about it carefully, with the help of human kings, it was probably very easy to hide from their senses. But thinking about it, they felt a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. If these human grandmasters wanted to ambush them, wouldn't it be easy? Moreover, these human grandmasters and kings had hidden until now and had not acted up. They must be planning something big. Hua Yongming. Xia Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at this group of people. They had jumped out when he was about to kill the remaining 3 demon kings. It was obvious that they were up to no good. Hua Gang jumped out and shouted, staring at Xia Ping with hatred. Xia Ping, how dare you call my patriarch by his name? Do you know what manners are? Hua Gang jumped out and shouted, staring at Xia Ping with hatred. It was because of this bitch that they were forced to join the sinful army. Every day they had to go through dangerous missions. They were in danger and never had a day of peace. One could imagine how much they hated Xia Ping and wanted him to die. It's none of your business. Xia Ping sneered. You didn't jump out when I was in trouble. But now that the situation is settled, you trash jump out. Are you trying to steal the credit or what? He looked at this group of people. Xia Ping, what do you mean by this? You really don't know what's good for you. Previously, we laid in ambush here to save you. We wanted to deal a fatal blow to those demon kings when they let their guard down. That's right, that's right. It's just that I didn't expect those Yao kings to be so weak. They couldn't even withstand a few of your attacks before dying or becoming crippled. We just didn't have the time to take action. That's right. If we stop you from killing the remaining 3 demon kings, we'll be saving your life, understand? It's fine if you're not grateful, but you're still slandering me and speaking ill of me. Don't you have any gratitude? A group of core students shouted, saying that they had been lying in ambush here, planning to make a move at the crucial moment. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not wait for the crucial moment, so they did not make a move. Scram. Xia Ping couldn't be bothered to look at the hypocritical faces of this group of people. He sneered, still saving my life? You guys want to save the Demon King's life, right? Could it be that you guys joined the 1,000 Demon Mountain and became traitors? If that's the case, then today, I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and get rid of evil for the people. The expressions of many core students changed. This brat was extremely vicious. He wanted to frame them. He probably wanted to find an excuse to teach them a lesson. His heart was truly vicious. Moreover, they also had to admit that Xia Ping had this kind of strength. With this battleship in his hand, he was practically invincible. Unless it was an invincible king, they would not be able to do anything to him. Thinking about this, they were so jealous that their intestines turned green. Thinking about how they were also people from king-level clans and had a noble status, they did not know how many times better they were compared to this country bumpkin. However, this kind of super battleship was something they didn't even dare to dream about. Now, it was actually obtained by this bastard, and he even went on a killing spree. The heavens were really too unfair. Xia Ping. The king-level Hui Yongming said, "I spoke out to stop you from killing these 3 demon kings. This is saving your life. This is not a joke. Do you know how big of a commotion it will cause by killing 5 demon kings today? The entire 1,000-demon mountain will be shaken. Most probably, even the invincible demon kings will personally come to kill you. They might not care about the death of Grandmaster Demon Kings, but if the demon kings are dead, they will definitely not be indifferent. At that time, it will cause a war between the human race and the demon race. Can you bear the consequences?" He believed that the death of 5 demon kings was very serious. "That's right. It's fine if you want to die, but don't drag us down." Huigang looked down at Xia Ping. "Once the war starts, there will be countless casualties. Who knows how many orphans and widows will be born? At that time, you will be the main culprit of the war. You will be a sinner. Even if you go to the military court and die dozens of times, it will not be a pity. Do you understand?" He stood on the moral high ground and criticized Xia Ping. This kind of reckless action would cause countless people to die, and these people were killed by Xia Ping. He was the main culprit and should be killed. Hearing these humans speak for them, the Cat Demon King, the Black Scorpion King, and the Snake Demon King were all overjoyed. If they could persuade this brat, they would be able to live. Although they could only live with the help of humans, this little bit of humiliation was nothing. As long as there was life, there was hope. It would not be too late to take revenge in the future. To be able to become demon kings, they already knew what it meant to be flexible. Cat Demon King, Black Scorpion King, and Snake Demon King. Hui Yongming looked at the 3 demon kings with a kind expression. "I hope you won't be angry. All of this was done by this young man. It actually has nothing to do with us humans. I hope that when you return, you can put in a good word for us to the Myriad Demon Mountain. Don't easily start a war and cause suffering. This is not a good thing for either race." Hearing these words of submission, the Cat Demon King, the Black Scorpion King, and the Snake Demon King felt extremely comfortable. Finally, a reasonable human came out to uphold justice. Were demon kings that easy to kill? Pull one hair, and it will affect the whole body. This hothead did not understand this principle. He did not know how terrifying the death of 5 demon kings was. The demon kings of the Myriad Demon Mountain would probably go crazy. Now this human demon king was reasonable. He knew what politics was and what compromise was. "Don't worry," the Cat Demon King said. "Of course, this matter has nothing to do with you humans. This is a personal grudge. We all understand this principle. When we return, we will not say much. Naturally, we will focus on the peace between the human race and the demon race." These words, however, were all false. When they returned, they would immediately gather a large number of demon kings to surround and kill Xia Ping. Even if they had to shed all pretense of cordiality, they would not hesitate. 2 demon kings had already died. If the Myriad Demon Mountain did not do anything, which race in the world would still look up to them? Chapter 8:27. Upon hearing this, Hui Yongming immediately smiled. As expected of the demon kings. You are indeed sensible people. You know what it means to look at the big picture. I feel very happy communicating with you. He looked like a spring breeze, completely in control of the situation. You're too kind. Mr. Hua is also a good human. He is a bridge between us demons and humans. Perhaps we can become friends in the future and work together. Cat Demon Monarch said humbly, with a humble look on his face. Snake Demon Monarch and Black Scorpion King felt that it was embarrassing to interact with humans, but in order to survive, they had to smile and build a good relationship with Hui Yongming. "You're too kind." Upon hearing this, Hui Yongming's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the reason why he had jumped out and saved the 3 demon kings? Once he could befriend these demon kings, he could conduct a large number of transactions with the demon race and obtain countless treasures that humans could not find. With such a life-saving grace, no matter how ungrateful these demon kings were, they would not refuse to trade with Hui Yongming. When the time came, the Hui family would obtain endless benefits, enough to make up for the losses caused by Xiaoping. Of course, more importantly, it was to discuss Xiaoping. After all, the 3 demon kings had already formed a death feud with Xiaoping. Once he left alive, it was obvious that he would attract earth-shattering revenge. When that happened, faced with the demon king's assassination, the kid would probably not be able to withstand it. Sooner or later, he would die at the hands of these demon kings. Therefore, with so many benefits, how could he not jump out to stop Xiaoping from killing the demon kings? After all, the death of these demon kings would not benefit him at all. Living would bring him the greatest benefits. As for Xiaoping's feelings, it was none of Hui Yongming's business. He was a human monarch. His status was unattainable. How dare a grandmaster make such a fuss? "Mr. Hui, may we leave?" Cat Demon Monarch looked at Hui Yongming eagerly. Hui Yongming said heartily, "Of course.
Leave now."
I guarantee that no one will stop you." He waved his hand as if he had become the owner of this place and would not go back on his word. "That's great. We still have something to do, so we'll leave first. Let's meet again in the future." Cat Demon Monarch, Snake Demon Monarch, and Black Scorpion King said immediately. They could not wait to leave this dangerous place. After saying that, they turned around and wanted to slip away. "Wait, who told you to leave? Did you ask for my opinion?" Xiaoping narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. This Hui Yongming had acted like a master the moment he appeared, giving out orders here and treating him like a little brother, ordering him around as he pleased. Even the demon king that he wanted to kill wanted to let go just like that. He was simply looking down on him. If the 3 great Yao kings were to leave, even an idiot would know what would happen. Of course, Hui Yongming would be fine. After all, he wasn't the one who offended the 3 great Yao kings. Xiaoping, on the other hand, would be in trouble. He would definitely be ruthlessly retaliated against, and his family would suffer. With such a serious consequence, how could he let the 3 demon kings escape so easily? "Your opinion? What do you think?" Hui Gang jumped out and hooted. "My family's old ancestor has already arranged it like this. What are you still talking about? Don't tell me you want to start a war between the human race and the demon race? Do you know what it means to look at the big picture? If people die in the war, will you pay?" He was very arrogant, pointing at Xiaoping's nose and scolding.
Bang.
Before he finished speaking, Xiaoping slapped him. Like a sudden thunder, it instantly hit Hui Gang's face and sent him flying.
Ah.
Hui Gang couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. He flipped more than a dozen times in the air, and his face was red and swollen. Just like that, he fell to the ground, creating a deep pit.
What?
Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Xiaoping would actually make a move. Hui Gang was even more furious. He was slapped in the face in public. Such humiliation even made him want to kill. Originally, as an expert at the peak of the Supreme Master Realm, he should not have been so unbearable. How could a mere third heaven of Supreme Master do anything to him? But just when he wanted to make a move, the muzzle of the super battleship next to him was aimed at him, rumbling and rotating. There was no doubt that this was a threat at all. If he dared to fight back, he would be killed by the cannon and die without a whole body. That was a laser cannon that could even kill a king. As a little Supreme Master, how dare he be arrogant? He stood obediently and did not dare to move, taking the slap head-on. "Scream, continue to scream." Xiaoping looked down at Hui Gang condescendingly. "When is it your turn to represent all human beings? You say you want to start a war. Do you think you are the federal president? Even if there is a war, so what? Haven't we fought a war before? How many people have died in the previous wars between the human clan and the demon clan? I'm afraid we can't even count them. Were we afraid at that time? You killed a few demon kings and you're talking here. Many demon kings have died in history. So, what if you've seen them? Don't think too highly of yourself. You still want to lecture me here? You're using a chicken feather as a token of authority. If I don't lose my temper, you won't take it seriously, right? He clenched his fists and cracked them.
You.
Huagang was going crazy, and his face turned red. It was a great shame to be reprimanded by a junior in public like this. But after being slapped like this, several of his teeth fell out. Now he was in so much pain that he could not speak at all. The other course students also gritted their teeth. This guy was simply too arrogant. Was there no one who could punish this bastard? God must be blind to allow such a bastard to get away scot-free. Xia Ping, you've gone too far. Hua Yongming's face was very gloomy because Huagang was a descendant of the Hua clan. Slapping him in the face was equivalent to slapping the Hua clan in the face, and it was equivalent to slapping Hua Yongming in the face. In this situation, how could he take it lying down? You've killed 2 demon kings. Isn't that enough? This is enough for you to make a name for yourself. Do you want to continue killing and exterminate all of them? Hua Yongming stared at Xia Ping. Can't you give me face and let these demon kings go? This way, the Hua clan will owe you a favor. His face was extremely gloomy, and his body was filled with anger. As a king, he had never seen such an arrogant grandmaster who actually dared to talk to him like this. Enough? You dare to attack me? How can 2 demon kings be enough? I won't stop until blood flows like a river. Xia Ping sneered. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Do you have that much face? Today, you're still here making excuses and helping the evildoer to stop me from killing demon kings. It seems that you also want to die. Chapter 8:28.
What?
When Huagang and the others heard these words, they were all shocked. Did this lawless madman even want to kill Hua Yongming, the human king? He was too audacious. You even want to kill me? Hua Yongming was so angry that he laughed. He had completely underestimated this guy. He didn't expect this guy to want to kill him. It was too exaggerated. It seems that you have really been possessed. You have been blinded. If you go on like this, it will be difficult for you to reach the peak of Grand Master, let alone become a king. Hua Yongming shook his head and said, maybe this is also the shortcoming of cultivating too fast. Your foundation is not solid, and it is easy for you to be possessed. Your future in martial arts will be like this. He looked at Xia Ping with pity. It is not up to you to say whether I am possessed or not. Who do you think you are? You are just an ordinary king, not even in the invincible king realm. How dare you preach to me? Do you think you are qualified? Xia Ping sneered and said, but maybe this is the reason why you can't step into the invincible king realm. You are overcautious and overcautious. You have lost the way of bravery and have begun to learn to do some unscrupulous things. You don't know that the most important thing in martial arts is to have a clear mind. I am invincible. You don't even dare to say that you are invincible. If you are fearless, how can you defeat the enemy? Hua Yongming, you are just a... He looked at Hua Yongming indifferently. You. Hua Yongming's complexion was extremely ugly. It was as black as charcoal. Xia Ping had indeed hit the nail on the head. Now that he was old, he had long since lost the fearless spirit of his youth and had many scruples. But it was these concerns that caused him to no longer have the courage he had in the past. He was trapped in a bottleneck for many years and could not break through. He had no hope of reaching a higher realm in this life. But even though he said that, being exposed by Xia Ping was like exposing his scars and slapping him in the face in front of everyone. This made him burn with rage. How dare you? A core student shouted angrily. Mr. Hua is a king. How can you criticize him? How dare a little master question a king? What a joke. That's right. How can a junior like you understand the invincible king realm? Just because you've studied for a few years and have a bit of knowledge in your stomach, you think you can graduate from your teacher's tutelage and start to guide the world? It wouldn't be too late to say that after you advance into the king realm. You aren't even a king realm king, yet you have the nerve to speak such words. Many core students sneered. Xiaoping. Hui Yongming snorted coldly. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I'm going to save these 3 demon kings. No matter what you do, you won't be able to stop me. He had made it clear that he wanted to save the 3 demon kings. Even if Xiaoping wanted to stop him, there was nothing he could do. Ancestor, don't be afraid of this kid. He's just bluffing. I'm trying to scare you. Am I not familiar with him? If he sticks out his butt, I'll know if he's shitting or peeing. Huigang looked at Xiaoping disdainfully, as if he had seen through Xiaoping's intentions. You want to kill a king? What a joke. That's not some livestock that you can kill whenever you want. It's fine if you kill a demon king. After all, it's the myriad demon mountain an enemy. No matter how many of them die, they'll be rewarded instead. But if you kill a human king, that's a crime of rebellion. You're a traitor, and everyone has the right to kill you. No matter how great your contributions are, you'll still be arrested or even executed. So, what if you have the protection of the giant corporation? Could it be that you're above the federal government? You still want to kill a human king? Come on, kill me if you have the guts. If you don't kill me, you're my son. He sneered, certain that Xiaoping wouldn't dare to be arrogant. The eyes of the Cat King, Snake King, and Black Scorpion King flashed, but they didn't say anything. They were happy to see these humans fighting each other, and they even secretly removed the barrier of the dragon trapping pillar. Once this barrier was removed, they would be able to soar freely in the sky and swim freely in the ocean. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, 2 to 3 terrifying blue energy pillars shot over with lightning speed. They almost scorched the air and instantly struck Hui Yongming.
No.
Hui Yongming let out a mournful scream. The laser energy was simply too fast. It was so fast that even a king wouldn't be able to react in time. By the time he realized it, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, Hui Yongming's body was pierced through by several energy beams. His heart, forehead, abdomen, and other parts of his body instantly had a huge bloody hole. Blood spurted out like it was free. With a paw, his body fell to the ground just like that. His eyes were wide open, and fear, shock, and disbelief could be seen in the depths of his pupils. He didn't expect that he would die just like that. Even when he died, he didn't even let out a scream. He didn't even feel any pain. Old ancestor. Huigang was going crazy. He couldn't help but scream. His eyes were wide open. This was the old ancestor of the Hui clan, the true pillar of support. Without the Hui clan's old ancestor, the Hui clan would no longer be a king clan. From then on, the Hui clan would plummet and would no longer have the glory of the past. It could be said that anyone in the Hui clan could die except for the old ancestor. His status was just that important. But now, Hui Yongming had actually been killed on the spot. He was killed by this damned beast Xiaoping. He couldn't even imagine what the Hui clan would be like if they found out about this. It was likely that the sky would fall and the earth would split. No way, he really killed him? Many core students swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their eyes were filled with fear. That was a human king, not some random thing. How could this brat kill him? This brat was simply unrestrained. He could do anything. Was he not afraid that this matter would be exposed and he would no longer have a place in the entire Federation? How audacious. He was really too audacious. Endless fear rose in their hearts. What kind of person had they offended this time? He was so unbridled and ruthless. He was not someone they could afford to offend. At this moment, these core students were a little regretful that they had come. Xiaoping. Huigang stared at Xiaoping with a murderous gaze. He roared, "How dare you kill the Hui clan's old ancestor? Don't you know that this is a serious crime? You will be beheaded." He wanted nothing more than to eat this beast alive. Beheaded? Xia Ping sneered. You dared to stop me from killing the Monster King. That was already an irreconcilable enmity with me. If I don't kill him, should I wait for his revenge? You said that I don't dare to kill him because I have some misgivings. Then I'll kill him for you to see. Xia Ping, kill without restraint. So, what if he's a king? He's just a pile of bones after he dies. His murderous aura filled the entire space. It made everyone's hair stand on end as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 8:29. Is that so? In that case, don't leave. All of you stay and accompany Hu Yongming on his way. Hearing these words, Xia Ping looked at the core students present. Oh no! Many core students were horrified. This kid not only wants to kill Hu Yongming, but also wants to kill them all. He intends to completely silence them. If they all die here, there'll be no evidence.
Who can accuse this Xia Ping?
The people outside probably don't even know what happened here. At that time, no matter what this kid says, they can't do anything to him. After all, the dead can't come out and say that they are innocent. But this is also a matter of course. For Xia Ping, this group of core students has long been his mortal enemy. They even dared to collude with the Wanyao Mountain, leak his information, and let the Monster King kill him. Today, they dare to leak his information. Tomorrow, they dare to go back to Yanhuang Star to deal with his parents. This group of core students has long been his mortal enemy, and the contradiction is simply irreconcilable. Who knows what they will do in the future? If he waited for them to do something to hurt his family, it would be too late. Therefore, he had to nip these dangerous sprouts in the bud before they could happen. In any case, even if he let this group of people leave alive, they would think of ways to deal with him. He might as well bury them completely and end all troubles once and for all, eliminating all future troubles. Not good. This kid has completely fallen into the devil's path. Deranged. This bastard has already lost his mind. Hurry up and run. If we don't run, we will die. The faces of a group of core students changed drastically. They simply wished their parents could give them a few more legs. They galloped, trying to escape the attack range of the super battleship. Such a laser cannon can even kill the Monster King, not to mention small characters like them. It is estimated that they will be smashed to pieces with just a horizontal brush. They no longer dare to doubt Xia Ping's determination to kill them. He even dared to kill the Monster King on the spot. Is there anything he doesn't dare to do? He is simply lawless to the extreme. There is no law.
Kill.
Xia Ping ordered. Bang, bang, bang. From the super battleship, amazing laser light immediately burst out, like raindrops, pouring down and bombarding the group of core students. Not good. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Huigang. He stood at the very front, and was also a person who had a deep grudge against Xia Ping. The attack from the battleship was also focused on him. His pupils shrunk as he felt death looming over him. It was as if the god of death had appeared in front of him and was trying to take his soul away into the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was as if at this moment, all the memories of his life flashed before his eyes. In just an instant, his body was like a beehive. He let out a blood-curdling scream and was killed just like that. The pitiful Huigang was a genius of the Hu clan and had the potential to become a king. However, he had died just like that. No, Xia Ping, you dare to kill me? My father is a king, you can't kill me. My family has an invincible king. If you kill me, you won't have a good death. Spare me, I have unparalleled talent. Spare my life, I'm willing to be your slave. The other core students were also attacked, all of them howling in grief. Some of them cursed viciously, while others were terrified. They immediately begged for mercy, hoping that Xia Ping would spare their lives. However, Xia Ping ignored them and continued to attack. Under such attacks, it was as if they were crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They had no power to resist. In fact, their strength was even weaker than Huigang's. All of them fell to the ground, killed by beams of laser light. Bloody holes appeared on their foreheads. Even the jellyfish, shark demons, crab demons, and other monsters were completely enveloped by such attacks. Today, everyone present had to die. The news of him killing Hu Yongming must not be leaked at all. In any case, these monsters were also enemies of humans and had great hatred for humans. They would have to face humans sooner or later, so he might as well eliminate them now to prevent more enemies from appearing in the future. Bastard, we're innocent. Why are you targeting us? Spare us, spare us. We're implicating the fish in the pond. We definitely won't tell anyone about what happened today. Definitely not. One by one, the monsters cried out, hoping to beg for mercy. However, begging for mercy was useless. Xiaoping would not believe the one-sided words of these monsters. If these monsters had the chance, they would definitely spread the news.
Bam, bam, bam.
Large amounts of blood splattered on the ground as tragic cries sounded. Under such a death laser beam, the saturation attack immediately killed all the monsters. Not a single one was spared as they were reduced to corpses. Even the core students failed to withstand it. They were all killed, dying without a complete corpse. Haha, the dragon confinement pillar's barrier has been removed. At that moment, Cat Demon Monarch, Snake Demon Monarch, and Black Scorpion King were delighted. Taking advantage of the humans' infighting, they had finally removed the spatial barrier. The transparent energy barrier that enveloped the sky had vanished, restoring the clear sky. There were no longer any obstacles that could prevent them from escaping. It's removed? So, what if it's removed? All of you will die today. No one can save you. A voice sounded. It was as if death had appeared from hell to reap souls. The three demon monarchs' faces turned livid. They had just found an opportunity to escape, but they were targeted by Xiaoping. The cannons were aimed at their bodies and instantly fired. Shoo! In an instant, an energy beam shot over. It was like an arrow shot by an ancient god's descendant. It tore through space and instantly reached Cat Demon Monarch's body. With a smack, Cat Demon Monarch was caught off guard. His heart was immediately penetrated by the energy beam. It was like a god-slaying spear had pierced through his body. Cat Demon Monarch was dead.
So,
Another energy beam shot out, aimed at Snake Demon Monarch. Bastard. Snake Demon Monarch fled desperately as he swayed his snake tail. He was extremely agile as he constantly swam in midair. His body flickered as he left overlapping afterimages. Ordinary people couldn't even catch a trace of him. However, it was useless. This was because there were simply too many laser beams. There were hundreds of them, and they seemed to form a huge net of death that enveloped its body in an instant. With a whoosh, his body was sliced into countless pieces on the spot. He was dismembered like a butcher dismembering a cow. His tough snake scales were as fragile as tofu. Snake Demon Monarch was dead. The remaining Black Scorpion King's eyes popped out in fright when it saw its two companions die tragically. It didn't dare seek revenge. It circulated its demonic powers and rode a cloud as it fled into the distance. It was practically risking its life. It was afraid that it would follow in the footsteps of Snake Demon Monarch and Cat Demon Monarch if it was one step behind. Chapter 830.
whoosh.
The Black Scorpion King rode on the clouds. Its body emitted a large amount of black mist as it fled into the distance. At this moment, it was extremely regretful. It did not expect that in such a short time, this human brat could actually threaten the Demon King. He had become a big scourge, and even several of its companions had been killed by him. If it had known that this human was so abnormal, it would have risked everything to kill this bastard. But now, it was too late for regrets. The other party had already grown, and it would be very difficult to kill him. Just you wait, don't let me escape. Otherwise, I will definitely kill his entire clan. His relatives, friends, and parents will not be spared. The Black Scorpion King roared in its heart. Being chased by a mere human grandmaster and forced to flee like a stray dog was a great humiliation to a demon king. It was a humiliation that could never be erased. It swore that after this was over, even if it had to risk its life, it would sneak into the human world and kill his entire family to avenge the death of the Demon King. Wanna run? You're dreaming. Seeing that his archenemy, the Black Scorpion King, was fleeing, how could Xia Ping let this Demon King leave? It could be said that this Demon King hated him to the bone and would not rest until he was dead. Once the other party escaped, it would probably be revenge. If the Demon King put down his pride and did something sneaky, the consequences would be very serious. Even if he had the protection of the warship, he could only be a thief for 1,000 days, not a thief for 1,000 days. Today, he definitely could not let this scourge leave.
Boom.
In the blink of an eye, the laser cannon of the super warship immediately turned and shot toward the Black Scorpion King. An azure energy column exploded, tearing the air apart.
Ah.
Suddenly, the Black Scorpion King was caught off guard and was hit by the energy column. Its entire body was pierced, and even the air seemed to be scorched. With a pop, a large amount of blood flowed out of its body, sprinkling on the ground. Intense pain spread throughout its body. However, as a Demon King, its vitality was too tenacious. Even if its body was pierced through, it could not be killed immediately. It could only be seriously injured. Damn it! The Black Scorpion King was simply risking its life. Not only did it not have the slightest intention of stopping, it did not even leave behind harsh words. It was afraid that if it had the slightest hesitation, it would slow down its speed and be hit by the warship's cannonball, dying without a whole corpse. King-level footwork. Wind-chasing moon. It ignited its own blood chi and used its king-level footwork. Its entire body was surrounded by a black fog, and its speed actually increased by several times. A large amount of black gas immediately sprayed out from its body. Show. Immediately, the Black Scorpion King's body was like a jet plane, quickly escaping into the distance. However, its escape route was not in a straight line. Instead, it was like a giant bird soaring in midair, its trajectory meandering. Even the warship system was having a hard time locking onto the Black Scorpion King's figure. If this continued, the Black Scorpion King would escape the warship's attack range in just a few seconds. At that time, it would be very difficult to find the Black Scorpion King, and it would escape. Hell Spears. A booming sound rang out as Xia Ping immediately took out the Hell Spear. Against such profound footwork, even a battleship would not be able to track it. However, they did not need the help of the super battleship now. The Black Scorpion King was heavily injured and had lost 99% of its strength. It was no longer comparable to an ordinary Grandmaster. Facing such a Black Scorpion King, he was completely fearless. Show. In an instant, the Hell Spear was thrown out. Xia Ping's psychic energy covered a radius of 20 miles, locking onto the Black Scorpion King's figure in an instant. No matter how the Black Scorpion King dodged, it could not escape the tracking of his psychic energy. Immediately, the Hell Spear was like a precise homing missile. Its trajectory meandered as it followed the Black Scorpion King's aura. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the Black Scorpion King's side. What? The Black Scorpion King was horrified. It could feel a terrifying hell's aura from the spear. It seemed to have the aura of destruction, reincarnation, and so on circulating. This was a terrifying killing weapon. If it was hit, even if it was a Demon King, it would die on the spot. However, even if it wanted to escape now, it could not. Its aura had been completely locked onto, and its speed was also extremely fast. Like an aurora, it arrived in the blink of an eye.
Dong.
The Black Scorpion King's head was immediately pierced through by the spear. Its entire body, with a strong inertia, flew out just like that. In the end, it was nailed into the mountain wall. A large amount of blood flowed out of the Black Scorpion King's body, dyeing the mountain wall red. Its eyes were wide open, revealing incomparable unwillingness, regret, and fear. It seemed to be unable to believe that it, a dignified Demon King, would die in the hands of a human Grandmaster. However, no matter how unwilling it was, it could not be resurrected. The moment the Hell's Spear pierced through its head, Its soul was completely obliterated. Even struggling was impossible.
They're all dead.
Xiaoping used his psychic energy to sense the surroundings. There were no signs of life within a radius of 20 miles. The 5 great demon kings and many other monsters had been killed. Their corpses were all left on the ground. Rumble, subconsciously, he operated his qigong, instantly producing a terrifying devouring power. The soul-devouring beast's instinct was activated. With his body as the center, a terrifying black vortex appeared. In the void, the soul energy that was drifting around, including the Demon King's soul energy, was quickly devoured by this black vortex and integrated into Xiaoping's body. Although the Demon Kings and many Grandmaster monsters had lost more than half of their soul energy when they died, the portion of soul energy left behind was still very shocking. Devour. Xiaoping felt that his brain was immediately flooded with majestic soul energy, but this kind of soul energy was too huge. If he absorbed it all, his whole head would probably explode. System, there's too much soul energy. Is there any way to deal with it? Xiaoping immediately asked the system. If this continued, his life would be in danger. He killed the 5 great demon kings, but he self-destructed because he absorbed too much soul energy. This joke was too big. The system said, "It is recommended that the host purify and compress this soul energy and make it into a soul crystal so that he can slowly absorb it in the future, step by step." Soul crystal. Xiaoping's heart moved. How to make this soul crystal? The production method requires 200 million hate points. It is a secret technique called the soul crystallization method. The system said, "What?" The corner of Xiaoping's mouth twitched. "You need 200 million hate points? Why don't you rob someone?" Just a method was worth 200 million hate points, which was simply an astronomical price. Chapter 831. Soul Crystal. Xiaoping couldn't help but nod. If there was a treasure in the world that could improve soul energy, such a treasure must be of great value, and countless warriors would be eager to get it. And this soul crystal must be such a treasure. But now he could make it continuously, which was quite terrifying. The system said that this method was a money-printing machine, which was not too much at all. But thinking about spending 200 million hate points at once, almost spending most of his savings, he still felt a little heartache, but he only hesitated for a moment and chose to exchange. Rumble. Immediately, a warm current came from the system, and in the blink of an eye, Xiaoping knew how to make soul crystals. Walala, the spiritual force in the depths of Xiaoping's mind shook, and the golden mist shook, as if forming a huge vortex. At the same time, the soul fire appeared on his body. This was the flame from the golden crow of hell. In a few breaths, the soul energy that poured into his mind was immediately burned by the soul fire, and a large number of impurities were expelled and disappeared into the air. And these remaining soul energy turned into golden mist, absorbed by the vortex in the depths of his mind, and then compressed crazily, compressing and compressing the golden mist to the extreme. After an unknown period of time, the soul energy from the Monster King quickly condensed into a golden energy crystal, about the size of a fist, condensed into a substance. This golden energy crystal emitted a unique, gentle energy fluctuation, like a soul treasure, constantly nourishing his soul and strengthening soul energy. Soul crystals. Xiaoping sensed this treasure in the depths of his mind, emitting a charming golden light. If this golden crystal appeared in the outside world, even the kings would fight for it crazily. Moreover, the golden crystal constantly emitted soul energy, which was very gentle. Xiaoping could slowly devour this soul crystal, step by step, and not absorb so much soul energy at once, causing his whole body to explode. If he completely devoured this golden crystal, his soul power would immediately increase by more than several times. There are also a lot of treasures left. After absorbing the majestic soul energy, Xiaoping searched around and found a lot of things from the 5 monster kings. First of all, the monster cores on their bodies. This was a king's monster core, and the energy contained was many times stronger than that of ordinary monsters. If it was sold, it would be priceless. After all, king beast cores would never appear on the market. Once they did, they would immediately be snatched up by human kings. However, Xiaoping was temporarily unable to refine and absorb these king-level demonic cores. After all, the energy within them was simply too high. With his current body, if he were to absorb it, his entire body would shatter. Prized artifact, Dragon Trapping Pillar. Xiaoping also found the dragon trapping pillars left behind by the 5 demon kings. There were a total of 5 pillars. After refining them, they could actually shrink or enlarge according to their master's will. Moreover, there was a mysterious connection between them. Once they were set up, they would immediately form a unique spatial domain. Even a Yao king would find it extremely difficult to break through. At certain times, the dragon trapping pillar was definitely a great killing weapon. Host, there is still a layer of seal on this treasure that has not been lifted. Do you want to spend 10 million hatred points to unseal it? Suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. There's another seal? Hearing this, Xiaoping's heart moved. The system's words could not be wrong. If it said there was a seal, then there must be a seal. This dragon trapping pillar was probably more powerful than he had imagined. He didn't know if the demon kings had discovered the seal on the dragon trapping pillar. Maybe they had discovered it, but there was no way to unseal it, or maybe they didn't even know that there was such a thing. In any case, he was probably going to make a lot of money this time. Unseal it immediately, Xiaoping said in a deep voice. Anyway, he still had 15 million hatred points, which was more than enough. Yes, host, the system said. Immediately, a golden light entered the 5 dragon trapping pillars. Boom! Golden chains immediately appeared on the dragon trapping pillar. They were like chains of rules, sealing mysterious runes and exuding a mysterious and profound aura. However, when the golden light entered the dragon trapping pillar, a powerful force erupted. Immediately, the golden chains immediately collapsed like glass shattering, making a crackling sound. The next second, the dragon trapping pillar burst into a huge light, and a void formation appeared. At the same time, a mysterious warm current poured into the deepest part of Xiaoping's mind, which was the internal information about the dragon trapping pillar. No way, the dragon trapping pillar has such a function. It's really amazing. Xiaoping was very shocked. After unsealing, the dragon trapping pillar not only had the power to form its own space, but more importantly, after forming an independent space, it could also form an equal field and carry out rule suppression. Any powerful enemy who entered this independent space would be reduced to the same martial arts realm as the owner of the dragon trapping pillar as long as their strength did not exceed the bearing range of the dragon trapping pillar. This was simply a supreme weapon to deal with strong enemies. Even if the enemy was an expert at the peak of the supreme power realm, after entering the dragon trapping pillar, they would be reduced to the same realm as Xiaoping and would not be able to get rid of the constraints of this space. Of course, how powerful the dragon trapping pillar was closely related to the martial arts level of the master. If the master was weak, the power of the dragon trapping pillar would also be weak. If Xiaoping wanted to use the dragon trapping pillar to trap a king, it would be impossible. After all, he was only a supreme power master and could not exert the true power of the dragon trapping pillar. Only by advancing to the king realm could he exert the power of the dragon trapping pillar to the fullest. It could be said that this was the real power of the dragon trapping pillar. If the Wanyao Mountain had discovered the mystery of the dragon trapping pillar earlier, it was estimated that many human kings would have been killed. Obtaining this great weapon immediately made Xiaoping very excited. Unfortunately, except for this treasure, the 5 monster kings had no other treasures. Hua Yongming, the human king, was even stingy and poor. But even so, he found a lot of elixirs, and some weapons on the bodies of many supreme power monsters, core students, and these kings. All the things added up were worth at least more than 100 billion federal coins. This time, in order to kill the 5 monster kings and Hu Yongming, the moon god also consumed a lot of energy. The originally stored energy of 2 trillion was almost exhausted. If it was not quickly replenished, it would be a piece of scrap iron, and it could not even fly normally. Chapter 832. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Xia Ping put the moon god back into his spatial ring, as well as the demon nuclei and treasures, many human grandmasters immediately flew over from the mountains in the distance. These human grandmasters had already discovered the changes in the flaming mountain. The geocentric Ganoderma was about to mature, and they were all frantically approaching. They hoped to be the first. But before they could get close, an energy shield immediately enveloped them. It was extremely tough. No matter how they attacked, they could not damage the energy shield at all, nor could they enter it. This made them feel extremely aggrieved. But at the same time, they also knew that something big must have happened. Otherwise, how could such a treasure appear? After all, a treasure that could activate an energy shield was not something simple. Therefore, when these human grandmasters discovered that the energy shield had disappeared, they were all extremely curious. They rushed over, wanting to know what had happened to the flaming mountain. Oh my god, so many sea demons died. What happened? A human grandmaster approached and immediately found many sea demons lying on the ground. These sea demons were the jellyfish, crab demon, and shark demon that had just sealed the flaming mountain. Before, they were all very arrogant and insufferably arrogant, but now they were all dead. At this time, their bodies had been burnt to ashes by Xia Ping's flames. Human grandmasters, there are also human grandmasters dead here. Some people also found many humans lying on the ground, all of them powerhouses at the grandmaster level. They seem to have also suffered a blow and died very miserably. Their faces were beyond recognition, and their bodies were charred black. Basically, no one knew how they died. Could it be that a human grandmaster fought with these sea demons here, and both sides perished? Some people guess that there might have been a tragic battle here, resulting in both sides dying. Impossible. You didn't see how terrifying those sea demons were. There were thousands of them. How could these human grandmasters be a match for them? Someone refuted. There were too few human grandmasters here, and they could not be a match for these sea demons. Oh my god. A sharp-eyed person discovered the bodies of 4 or 5 demon kings lying on the ground. He immediately jumped up. Isn't this the demon king? The black scorpion king, the bear king, the snake demon king, the cat demon king, and the ox demon king. All of them were famous figures in the myriad demon mountain. Why would they appear here? And why are they all dead? He was scared out of his wits. This was a fiend king, a great figure that was comparable to human king-level figures. Normally, the appearance of a single one of them was already quite terrifying. A rain of blood would be raised, and it was unknown just how many people would die. But now, these insufferably arrogant demon kings had actually died. Moreover, 5 of them had died at once. This was simply earth-shattering. It was too shocking. The other human-evolved Jing masters were also aghast. Although some of them had never seen the 5 great demon kings before, the corpses of the 5 great demon kings lying on the ground were emitting a boundless murderous aura. It was a terrifying sight. As the saying goes, even if a tiger dies, it will not fall down. Even if a demon king was killed, its corpse would still give people a great sense of oppression. Demon chi soared into the sky, and ordinary people would not be able to approach it. Human King Hui Yongming. Isn't that Hui Yongming, the ancestor of the King clan's Hui clan? Why would he appear here? And why is he dead? Someone recognized Hui Yongming. At this moment, Hui Yongming was hit by the laser cannon. His entire body was burnt to ashes, leaving only his head. No one knew how he died. They only knew that his death was very tragic. Hui Yongming? King Hui family. I once saw this king on television from afar. Back then, I felt that he was high and mighty, unreachable. Who would have thought that he would be dead now and only his head is left? 5 great demon kings and a human king. This lineup is simply terrifying. Could it be that a battle between king-level figures happened just now?
That must be it.
I reckon that these sea demons and human-evolved Jing masters were caught in the battle between king-level figures and were all killed by the shockwaves. What an unjust death. No wonder a spatial dimension suddenly appeared. No matter how hard we hit it, it couldn't be broken. So, it was released by a king-level figure.
Damn it.
Luckily, it didn't break. If it really did, we would have died if we had gone in recklessly. Many people guessed the truth of the matter. Everyone felt pity for these human-evolved Jing masters and sea demons. They reckoned that this group of people had accidentally gotten involved in the battle between king-level figures, and it had nothing to do with them. As a result, the sea demons died tragically one after another. They couldn't even escape. Although there were many sea demons in front of a king-level figure, numbers were just numbers. 10,000 zeros added together was just a zero. The difference was huge. Everyone sighed. Compared to a king-level figure, a evolved Jing master was too far away. They were like ants. Wait, there's still someone here who's not dead. Someone immediately noticed Xiaoping, who is still alive. It could be said that Xiaoping was like a crane in a flock of chickens among a group of dead people. I've seen this kid before. Isn't he the champion of this year's genius contest, Xiaoping? Immediately, a human-evolved Jing master saw Xiaoping and exclaimed. After all, Xiaoping was quite famous now. Anyone who had watched the genius contest would basically know him. Although it couldn't be said that everyone knew who he was, with so many people, there were bound to be a few who could recognize him. Hello, everyone. Xiaoping greeted these human-evolved Jing masters. Brother Xia, what's going on here? Why are so many evolved Jing masters and king-level figures dead? A human-evolved Jing master asked impatiently. He asked several questions in a row. Actually, what he wanted to ask was why Xiaoping wasn't dead. So many evolved Jing masters had died, even king-level figures had fallen, but this famous scourge was still alive and well. This was too strange. To tell you the truth, these 5 kings are here to kill me. Xiaoping stood with his hands behind his back. What? Many human-evolved Jing masters were shocked. King-level figures were here to kill a young evolved Jing master? This was too exaggerated. It was like the head of a country personally coming to kill a commoner. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. It was unbelievable. Some people didn't believe it because they didn't know Xiaoping and didn't know what Xiaoping had done. However, someone who knew the inside story immediately told them what Xiaoping had done. For example, recently, he had captured a few Heaven's favorites and auctioned them in public, extorting a large amount of money from the myriad monster mountain. Because of this, Xiaoping was on the must-kill list of the myriad monster mountain. The king-level figures hated him so much that they wanted to kill him. Many people speechlessly looked at Xiaoping. No wonder the king-level figures were here to kill him. He had done such a stupid thing and completely offended the myriad monster mountain. A descendant of a king-level figure dared to auction off the myriad monster mountain. This was too exaggerated. They didn't even dare to think about it. Even if there was such an opportunity, they wouldn't dare to do it. Chapter 833. Brother Xia, since the 5 demon kings came to kill you and set up a death trap, why is Brother Xia still alive? Someone asked boldly. Many people were extremely curious about this point. Even the demon king had died, and a large number of grandmasters had fallen like ants. Their bodies had been burnt to a crisp, but this kid's life was as tough as a rock. It was simply unimaginable. Previously, they felt that this question was very rude and did not have the nerve to ask it. But now that someone had asked, they were happy to see it happen. Well, the reason why I am still alive is because Mr. He risked his life to save me. Xiaoping cupped his hands and said, What? Many people were shocked and asked, What is going on? Although they had guessed that Hui Yongming, the king-level demon king, was here, the matter was not that simple. But after hearing Xiaoping's words, they all pricked up their ears. It seemed that the matter was very complicated. It's like this, Xia Ping said slowly. At that time, I was sneaking into the flaming mountain to pick the geocentric Ganoderma. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Those sea demons did not discover my whereabouts. But I did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the 5 demon kings would come to kill me. They already knew my whereabouts and set up a fatal trap in the flaming mountain. They planned to wait for me to come and catch me like a turtle in a jar. At that time, I was in despair. I felt that my life was frozen, and I would not be able to see the sun tomorrow. The things that happened in my life flashed before my eyes like a horse lantern. Many of the human evolved masters also felt the same way. Their hearts tightened. They couldn't imagine how dangerous the situation was at that time. They tried to imagine that they were planning to pluck the geocentric Ganoderma, but suddenly, 5 burly men jumped out from the bushes and planned to ambush them. Moreover, they were 5 king-level experts. They had laid down a heaven-shaking trap to take their lives. Damn, they were king-level demon kings. They shamelessly laid in ambush and hid for many days just to kill you. Any evolved Jing master would feel despair in such a situation. There was no way they could survive. One by one, the human grandmasters looked at Xia Ping with pity. Being hunted down by a demon king was an experience that no one could experience, and no one wanted to experience. You can probably imagine how desperate I was at that time. I had already thought of my last words, and didn't plan to run away. Facing a king, any action of running away would be a joke. I planned to close my eyes and wait for death, but I didn't expect Mr. Hua to jump out at that moment. He was alone, with a group of grandmasters, blocking in front of me. Xia Ping changed the topic and said, at that time, he stood in front of me and shouted that whoever dared to touch Xia Ping would have to step over my corpse first. His voice was like thunder, and his aura was like a tiger, shaking the heavens and the earth. He displayed the unrivaled demeanor of a human king. To be honest, I thought he was an idiot at the time. You have to know that those were 5 great demon kings, not 5 grandmasters. No matter how powerful Mr. Hua is, he is only one person. How could he be a match for 5 great demon kings? If he comes out, he's going to die. Everyone nodded. They understood that all of them were at the king realm. No matter how powerful Hui Yongming was, he would probably die when facing 5 great demon kings. There was absolutely no reason for him to survive being ganged up on by 5 great demon kings. Moreover, the other party was prepared and had set up a trap. It was absolutely foolproof, so if he came out to face 5 great demon kings, he would definitely die. If he hid at that time and was afraid of death, then no one would blame him. After all, this is human nature. Who would give up their life for a stranger? At the very least, I can't do it, and there are probably not many people in this world who can do it. Xia Ping looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. But Mr. Hua did it. Looking at his stalwart figure and fearless courage, I deeply feel how insignificant I am. I feel ashamed of my cowardice from the bottom of my heart. I feel ashamed of my inferiority. When they heard these words, many human grandmasters seemed to see the noble sentiments and stalwart soul of a human king. For the sake of protecting the younger generation of the human race, even when facing 5 great demon kings and facing a situation of certain death, he still chose to stand out and fight against the demon kings. If such a person was not a hero, then who could be called a hero? As expected of Mr. Hua, as expected of a human king, a role model for our generation. He's too noble. If I put myself in his shoes, even if I was at the king realm, I probably wouldn't dare to go out. 5 great demon kings, not 5 cabbages. Going out would be suicide. That's why he's a king. He has a big heart, a great spirit, and can do what others can't. Perhaps this is the reason why we're stuck at the Grandmaster realm. We don't have Mr. Hua's heart, such awareness, and such fearless spirit. It's precisely because humans have such a king that we humans can live and work in peace and contentment. That's why we're able to expand our territory. Compared to a noble king like Mr. Hua, we're simply too ashamed to show our faces. Some people seem to be alive, but they're actually dead. Some people seem to be dead, but they're still alive. This is a person like Mr. Hua. Many human grandmasters sighed with emotion, and their eyes were a little moist. It seemed that they saw the image of a human hero slowly rising. Although he was dead, his spirit was still alive, and it would last forever. However, there were also some grandmasters who couldn't believe it because they had heard some rumors about Hu Yongming. It was said that this guy was a black-hearted businessman who often did things that couldn't be seen in the light, and it was unknown how many families he had caused. Although Hu Yongming might not be that kind of evil person, they always felt that it was too ridiculous to say that he was willing to sacrifice himself for others and that he was willing to go through fire and water for a human junior. They had never seen a wolf become a vegetarian and stop eating sheep. Even among human kings, there were some sinister, cunning, and evil people among them. In fact, the martial arts realm had nothing to do with a human's character. It was only related to opportunities, comprehension, and aptitude. Are you serious? You're not lying, are you? Someone opened his mouth to question, and he looked at Xia Ping suspiciously. What do you mean? Hearing this, Xia Ping shouted, From your words, it seems that you're questioning Mr. Hu's character. Are you doubting his noble character and his selfless spirit? Indeed, his previous actions were more or less stained, and he was slandered by others, and there were some bad rumors about him. However, a person's character can only be seen at the most critical moment. Who knows how many hypocrites have exposed their evil side at the critical moment of life and death? They were greedy for life and afraid of death, and they became the demon race's spies, bringing disaster to the world. However, there are also people who are usually full of evil deeds who are full of courage at critical moments, and they fight to the death with their enemies, never surrendering. This is courage, and this is the backbone of the human race. You can doubt me, but I won't allow you to doubt Mr. Hu's character. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll definitely make you bleed. Chapter 834. That person was frightened by Xia Ping's murderous aura. For a moment, he was dumbfounded and speechless. This is too much. A human grandmaster also glared at that person angrily. At this time, there are still people who dare to doubt Mr. Hua. I don't even know if you are human or not. This is too much. Even if Mr. Hua has some bad rumors, so what? Can it cover up his great personality? He is already dead. Is there any better evidence than this? He clenched his fists. That's right. It's unbelievable that there are still people who doubt Mr. Hu's character. In order to save the younger generation of the human race, he died in the hands of the demon kings. What better evidence than this? Some people say that this is an act. I'm acting your sister. If dying for others is an act, why don't you just die? If this is an act and has been acting for a lifetime, then it is real. So, what if there are some bad rumors about Mr. Hua? A real man who stands up at the critical moment is a real king. Mr. Hua is many times better than those who pretend to be a good person but reveal their evil side at the critical moment. If it were you, would you die for others? Would you sacrifice yourself for others? There are always people who like to play to the gallery. It seems that if they don't offer some different opinions, they can't prove that they are special. In fact, such opinions are disgusting. If you don't give us an explanation today, we will treat you as a demon clan spy and execute you on the spot. Many human grandmasters glared at that person. They felt that this guy was too much. Xia Ping was already dead, but he still doubted the character of others. It was unimaginable. Even if he was bragging for protection, it was too much. All of them were filled with murderous intent. Those who dared to insult the human race's heroes, even if they were not traitors now, they would be in the future. It was better to eliminate the root of the problem now to eliminate future trouble.
No.
Immediately, that person was so scared that he peed his pants. His face was pale as he shouted, I
didn't mean that.
I was just wondering how Mr. Hua was able to resist the attacks of the 5 demon kings and save Xia Ping. He immediately made it clear that he had no intention of suspecting Hu Yongming. He was afraid that if he said it too late, he would become the public enemy and be beaten to death by this group of grandmasters. This was the so-called disaster comes from the mouth. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Why did he have such a cheap mouth and suddenly say such words? Wasn't it obvious that he was looking for trouble? Hearing these words, many people looked at Xia Ping. They were also very curious about this point. Speaking of which, I have to mention Mr. Hua's greatness. Xia Ping looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. After he stood out, he naturally knew that it would be very difficult to resist the 5 demon kings with his own strength. He would probably be killed by the demon kings in a few moves. However, Mr. Hua lives up to his name as a human king. He actually hit a trump card. He has a secret treasure on him. If he were to detonate it, even a Yao king would be killed instantly. The only problem is that if I detonate this artifact, I will die with it. Everyone held their breath. They felt that the so-called secret treasure was probably the cause of the 5 demon kings' deaths. As for the secret treasure, not many people would doubt it. After all, they were human kings. No one would believe that these big shots didn't have a few trump cards on them. It was not surprising at all that they had some strange treasures. Did Mr. Hua directly detonate this secret treasure? Someone couldn't help but ask. Xia Ping nodded and said, "That's right. Mr. Hua sent me a secret message. He said that he planned to die together with these demon kings to fight for a chance of survival and create an opportunity for me to escape." But how could I let Mr. Hua do such a thing? If Mr. Hua died just like that, would I still be human? I refused on the spot and wanted to live and die together with him. But Mr. Hua didn't agree. He said that the future belonged to young people like us. He was already old, and there was no point in continuing to live. It was better to let outstanding young people continue to live. Only then would they be able to create greater miracles. In the end, he instantly knocked me out with a punch and threw me to a place who knows how far away. When I woke up, I found that the Grandmaster monsters, the 5 demon kings, and even the human Grandmaster were all dead. I guess they also died in that earth-shattering explosion and perished together. He peeled off the details of this matter and spoke tirelessly. The cadence of his voice was extremely infectious. There was a kind of solemnity, passion, and uncontrollable grief in the dark. It's so touching. This is the inheritance of our human race. Mr. Hua was right. Instead of everyone dying together, it's better to let a promising young man continue to live. This is the spark. This is the hope of the future of the human race. Even so, Mr. Hua, who can make such a decision, is worthy of being a hero of the human race. He sacrificed himself for others. In this selfish world, how many people like him are there? Good people don't live long, but scourges live for thousands of years. Why did a person like Mr. Hua die? King, that's a king, a high and mighty figure. In ancient times, he would be a big shot like a king or a general. Now, he actually sacrificed himself for a small soldier. It's unbelievable. If it weren't for his noble sentiments and the spirit of a saint, how could he have done such a thing? I guess that Mr. Hua might be Brother Xia's protector. He was always protecting Brother Xia's safety, protecting the proud sons of heaven of the human race from being killed by the demon race. Brother Xia, I hope that you don't let Mr. Hua's sacrifice down and continue to work for the future of the human race. Everyone was so moved that they couldn't control themselves. It was rare to see a hero of the human race like Hua Yongming. Normally, they would only hear that for a treasure, friends would turn against each other, relatives would fight, and they would never see each other again. They had never heard of such a selfless story. It was simply a warm feeling. Of course, of course. Xia Ping's face was solemn. My life was saved by Mr. Hua. It can be said that I've walked the path of reincarnation once. If I don't inherit Mr. Hua's will and pass on the torch, I'm not human.
He was impassioned.
In the distance, Jiang Yaru also appeared in the crowd. She knew that the danger had been resolved, so she walked out from her hiding place. She was speechless when she saw Xia Ping's impassioned expression, as well as the other human grandmasters' touched expressions. Xia Ping's skin was thicker than a chopping board. He was so shameless that he didn't even need to prepare a draft when he lied, and he wouldn't pay for it even if he deceived people to death. Of everyone present, she was the only one who knew the truth of the matter. That Hu Yongming had a grudge against this bad guy, the kind that wouldn't rest until he was dead. How could he be willing to sacrifice himself just to save this bad guy's life? Unless there was something wrong with Hu Yongming's head, such a thing would never happen. She guessed that Xia Ping must have killed the 5 demon kings and Hu Yongming together. In order to cover up this matter, he pushed Hu Yongming's death onto the demon kings. Chapter 835. Okay, I won't say much. Xia Ping changed the topic. I won't feel at ease if we continue to let these human heroes lie on the ground. Why don't we clean up the corpses and bring them back to the human cities? But the journey from Myriad Treasures Island to the human territory is too long. I'm a little worried that the corpses will rot and cause diseases like plague. Many people nodded. They could not leave the corpses of the human heroes who fought against the demon race here. This was simply disrespectful. That's true. Why don't we just burn these corpses and turn them into ashes? That's right. Although this is a little disrespectful to the heroes of the human race, this is an urgent matter. There's nothing we can do about it. We can't just leave their corpses in the wilderness. Moreover, if they cause diseases like plague, it will harm others and ourselves. It's already good enough to bring their ashes back. When we go back, we will immediately set up a longevity monument for them. They will be revered and worshipped by the people. Not bad, that's a good idea. The group of human grandmasters immediately decided to cremate these human heroes into ashes and bring them back to the human world. This was the best choice. Speaking of this, some people hesitated. Perhaps they could tell how these human heroes died from the wounds on their bodies, but out of respect for these human heroes, they didn't say anything. Instead, they decided to burn these corpses into ashes. In any case, they had sacrificed themselves for the human race and fought against the demon race. There should not be anything fishy about it. It didn't take long before the corpses were burned to ashes and stored in jars that were made at the last minute. Okay, there's no time to lose. I will immediately bring these ashes back to the human cities and tell the other humans about the deeds of these human heroes. I will let them set up longevity monuments for them. After doing this, Xia Ping wanted to leave Myriad Treasures Island. There was nothing to see on this island anyway. The greatest treasure here, the geocentric Ganoderma, had fallen into his hands. There were no other treasures left. Most importantly, his moon god ship's energy reserves were almost depleted. If another demon king came, it would be like catching a turtle in a jar. He would be dead for sure. Therefore, in order not to take risks, he planned to immediately return to the human cities and replenish the moon god's energy. In this way, it would be foolproof. No matter how those monster kings stomped their feet, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Xia. We still have some matters to attend to. We need to search for treasures on Myriad Treasures Island, so we won't be going with Brother Xia. Yeah. We went through so much trouble to come to Myriad Treasures Island, yet we're going to return empty-handed. What a pity. Many human grandmasters said. They had paid a huge price to come to Myriad Treasures Island, and many of them had died. Of course, they didn't want to leave just like that. If they didn't get enough treasures, they would have suffered heavy losses this time. They wouldn't even be able to get back what they had lost. Of course, they didn't know that Xia Ping had obtained the geocentric Ganoderma. Otherwise, they would even have the heart to rob Xia Ping. Fortunately, Xia Ping looked so poor that his pants were falling off, so these people did not have any greed in their hearts. If it weren't for Mr. Hu's kindness, I wouldn't have left Myriad Treasures Island so early. No matter what, I have to let their families know about this as soon as possible. This is also the only contribution I can make for Mr. Hua and the others. I'm truly regretful. Xiaoping sighed repeatedly, feeling ashamed. Hearing these words, everyone was even more moved. Not only was Hu Yongming a good person, this Xiaoping was also a person who knew how to repay kindness. Hu Yongming's sacrifice to save them was not in vain. The corner of Jiang Yao's mouth twitched. He was obviously worried that more monster kings might come and kill him, so he wanted to quickly escape. But he had to put on an appearance of being considerate of others. His skin was simply too thick. She had finally seen the shameless side of this scoundrel. When a man was shameless, there really wasn't anything a woman could do. After exchanging a few more words, Xiaoping parted ways with this group of people. Yaru, after returning to Giant Island, where do you plan to go? Xiaoping asked. Jiang Yara thought for a moment, then said, I'll continue to train in the endless sea and complete the missions Master gave me. I'll sharpen my martial cultivation and ascend to the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. She clenched her fists in anger. Although she didn't obtain the geocentric Ganoderma during this trip to Myriad Treasures Island, and Xiaoping obtained it instead, in order to thank Jiang Yara for her assistance, Xiaoping still gave her a large amount of spirit liquid as compensation. This amount of spirit liquid was enough for her to safely cultivate to the peak of the martial master realm. Originally, Jiang Yaru refused, feeling that this kind of compensation was too much. But to Xiaoping, this amount of spirit liquid was simply too much. Giving some to Jiang Yaru wasn't a big deal, it was just a drop in the ocean. So she agreed. Right now, she really did need the help of this spirit liquid. What missions? How about I take care of you? Xiaoping said carelessly. It's not that I'm boasting, but right now, I'm rich enough to rival a country. I can also be considered to have a flying ship. Whatever cultivation resources you want is a simple matter. In the future, you can just stay at home and rest in peace. Give birth to 8 or 10 big fat boys. My mom also told me before that I'm not young anymore. It's time for me to settle down and find a wife. He looked at Jiang Yaru. Idiot, what are you saying? Shameless. With a swish, Jiang Yaru's fair and tender face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and she was at a loss of what to do. It was as if her brain had crashed, and wisps of smoke were rising from her head. It was as if she was overthinking things. Even if you beat her to death, she would never have imagined that Xiaoping would suddenly say something like this. Could this be the legendary marriage proposal? What was going on? Just what was going on? She wasn't mentally prepared at all. She never thought that something like this would happen. Moreover, this was the wilderness. It was a very romantic place. This scoundrel didn't seem to have prepared a romantic proposal environment. He didn't even have a wedding ring. More importantly, she and this scoundrel weren't even in a relationship, and he was already getting straight to the point and getting married? Wasn't this too rushed and too fast? Even if he forced himself on her, it wouldn't be like this. At the very least, they had to be in a relationship for 2 or 3 years, get familiar with each other, hold hands, kiss, date, live together, and go through a series of activities. That was how it was usually done in dramas. How about it? Are you interested in going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with me to register? Xiaoping suddenly approached Jiang Yaru. His large eyes stared at Jiang Yaru innocently. His face was practically touching hers, and his breath was steaming. He was about to kiss her. Ah! Don't come near me! In that instant, Jiang Yaru was like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Her face was completely red. With a bang, she subconsciously threw a punch at him. Chapter 836. A few days later, Xiaoping and Jiang Yaru left Myriad Treasures Island and boarded the Moon God to return to Giant Island. Because the ship didn't have enough energy, it couldn't activate the space jump. Thus, he could only choose to fly slowly. Nothing happened along the way, and he safely returned to the human-ruled sea. However, as soon as he landed at the airport of Giant Island and parked the ship, a group of people immediately surrounded him. Xia Ping looked over and saw 4 or 5 kings of the giant corporation, a large number of grandmasters, and even people from the Hu clan. They all came to him one by one. After a few days, the news of the 5 kings and the human king Hu Yongming dying together on Myriad Treasures Island had spread throughout the world. Countless people knew about it, and it shocked the upper echelons of the human race. They immediately wanted to know the truth of the matter. After all, the death of the kings, and at the hands of a human at that, was an earth-shattering event for the Cloud World. For the Hu clan, it was a bolt from the blue. Their ancestor was dead, and their pillar of support had collapsed. This was something they couldn't accept, and they all came to ask for an explanation.
Xia Ping.
An elder of the Hu clan immediately shouted at Xia Ping, "What the hell is going on? Why did our ancestor die on Myriad Treasures Island? Why did he die together with the 5 kings? Did you do something to it? Confess immediately." He asked loudly. He wouldn't believe the rumor even if he was beaten to death. How could he not know what kind of person his ancestor was? He was definitely not someone who would sacrifice himself for others. If he could survive, the ancestor wouldn't mind sacrificing anyone, including his family. But now, the ancestor Hu Yongming was willing to sacrifice his own life to protect a human junior, not to mention that Xia Ping was the Hu clan's enemy. Which idiot would sacrifice their own life for their enemy? He had never heard of such a thing. Thus, when he received the shocking news, he thought it was a joke. After confirming it, he went crazy. He felt that there was something fishy about this matter, and there was definitely something shady going on. Otherwise, how could the ancestor of the Hu clan die on Myriad Treasures Island for no reason? Of course, the most important thing was that Hu Yongming personally went to Myriad Treasures Island to kill that junior, Xia Ping, and eliminate the scourge. But who would have thought that the lad would be so lucky that nothing happened to him? Instead, it was the old ancestor of his family who died. However, this was a top secret of the Hu clan. Only the higher-ups had the right to know about it, and it could not be leaked. Otherwise, the Hu clan would have no place in the human race. "I'm sorry. I did kill Mr. Hu this time." Xia Ping stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked up at the sky and sighed. "If it weren't for me, who provoked the 5 demon kings and allowed them to set up a trap, leading to a fatal attack, Mr. Hu probably wouldn't have died at the hands of these demon kings. This is all my fault. I'm very useless. At that time, I also wanted to save Mr. Hu. Unfortunately, I was only a grandmaster. How could I overturn the heavens in front of the demon king? As for what you said I did, I can only say that you think too highly of me. Playing tricks in front of a king, aren't you tired of living? Who dares to be presumptuous?" Everyone nodded. Even though Xia Ping was a human master, compared to a king, he was still too far away. No tricks could be used in front of a king. Trying to use some tricks to plot against a king was simply a joke. Impossible. Xia Ping, don't play dumb. The Hu clan elder was furious. He knew the inside story and naturally knew that this bastard was lying through his teeth. He didn't do anything, but the Hu clan elder was willing to sacrifice his life and die with the 5 demon kings. This was impossible. Don't we know what the Hu clan elder is capable of? If you wanted to escape, even if the 5 great demon kings wanted to stop you, they wouldn't be able to.
It's impossible for you to die.
Furthermore, my Hu family once had a conflict with you. How could my patriarch help you?
You must have done something.
He was like a mad dog. He wanted to bite this bastard to death immediately. Hearing this, Xia Ping scolded. "What do you know? How can selfish people like you imagine the greatness of Mr. Hu's character? You don't know what you're talking about. You can insult me, but you can't slander Mr. Hu's character. It's true that I had some misunderstandings with the Hu clan before. Some small conflicts are known to all. But what kind of person is Mr. Hu? He's a king of the human race. He's a magnanimous person. How could he hate a junior because of such a small thing? Moreover, in the face of the human race and the demon race, any prejudices can be put aside to fight the enemy together. You narrow-minded people who don't know right from wrong and are afraid of death won't understand this kind of feeling. Do you think that you're a coward who forgets morality at the sight of profit and thinks that everyone in the world is the same? Don't lower Mr. Hua's moral level to the same level as you shameless people. You don't deserve it at all. His spittle flew everywhere. Many disciples of the Hua clan were speechless. They didn't know what to say. Refute Xiaoping? But wouldn't that mean that their elder was a shameless coward who was afraid of death? How could a junior slander their elder like that? Anyone who heard this would probably be unable to stand it. They couldn't say such things either. But they couldn't accept admitting this bastard's words. It was clearly this shameless bastard who secretly played tricks and caused the death of the Hua clan's elder. But now, this guy's big mouth said that he didn't have anything to do with it. They couldn't accept this at all. They felt extremely aggrieved. Right? Xiaoping suddenly thought of something and said, I suddenly remembered something. At that critical moment, Mr. Hua and I quickly established a great friendship. The two of us appreciated each other and couldn't help it. Before he died, Mr. Hua told me that if he died, then his property would belong to me in the future. He asked me to inherit the Hua clan's property, carry on his will, and continue to contribute to the human race. Although I felt that I wasn't related to Mr. Hua, how could I inherit his property? But when I thought about it, we're all humans. In the future, we'll have to fight against the demon race. Isn't his property mine? So, even though I felt that it was a little inappropriate, I still agreed. This was Mr. Hua's wish before he died. I hope that everyone in the Hua clan won't refuse. He put on a righteous look, as if his actions were all for the sake of the human race and not for his own personal interests. Chapter 837. Inherit the Hua family's inheritance. No matter how imaginative the Hua family's children were, they had never thought of such a thing. This shameless Xiaoping wasn't satisfied with killing his own family's ancestor, and he even wanted to extend his hand into the Hua family's property. He was clearly not a member of the Hua family. He was someone who couldn't be touched in 8 lifetimes, yet he still wanted to take a share of the Hua family's huge property.
His skin was so thick.
Suddenly, their lungs were about to explode. They had greatly underestimated Xiaoping's skin. Inherit your sister? One of the Hua family's children cursed. Your mouth is on your body. You can say whatever you want.
Who knows what happened at that time?
Anyway, there's no proof. And you're not a member of the Hua family. You're not related. No matter how muddle-headed the ancestor is, it's impossible for him to hand over the Hua family's property to an outsider like you. Xiaoping, don't get too fucking carried away. He wanted to bite Xiaoping to death. Hua Yongming was a king. The value of the property he left behind was absolutely astonishing. It was equivalent to the heritage of a family. Originally, this was the Hua family's exclusive property. No one could touch it, but this shameless kid actually wanted to reach out and take a share. They had never seen such a hateful person. Xiaoping, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you talk nonsense like this, my Hua family can sue you. Don't think that you won't pay the price for talking nonsense. You still want to inherit my Hua family's property? That's ridiculous. Even if you're greedy, you have to have a limit. Where's the evidence? What can prove that my Hua family's ancestor let you inherit the inheritance? The group of Hua family elders' faces were gloomy. They stared at Xiaoping with murderous intent. Of course there is evidence. Xiaoping said calmly, I happen to have a will of Mr. Hua with his autograph on it. He said that he had already placed all his treasures in the Hua family. If you want them, you can go and get them. With a snap, he took out a will from his body. Of course, this will was fake, but it was also real. He had spent 10,000 hate points to create it through the system. The signature on it was indeed Hua Yongming's handwriting. Even the most brilliant detective couldn't see any traces of forgery. What? There really was evidence. They looked over and immediately saw the words on the will. It said that Hua Yongming left all of his family's property to Xiaoping alone, and no one else could touch it. There was also Hua Yongming's personal signature at the bottom. The evidence was conclusive. Their faces turned green with fright. If the Hor family's assets fell into the hands of this shameless person, then what would they, the Hor family's descendants, have to eat the northwest wind? Fake, it must be fake. I've investigated everything about this kid. He's famous for his tendency to resort to trickery. One of the Hor family elders screamed, "Don't think that you can get a share of the Hor family's inheritance just by forging a will here. You must be dreaming. One should know when to stop. You can't take something that doesn't belong to you." They didn't believe Xia Ping's words at all. Try to think about it. Under the siege of the 5 great demon kings at the critical moment of life and death, his own ancestors still had the fucking mood to write a will? How was that possible? Even if they thought about it with their knees, it was ridiculous. With this little time and free time, why didn't he run away? Run away quickly. If he used the time to write the will to escape, there might be a chance of survival, and he wouldn't need to die with the 5 great demon kings. Whether it's fake or not, can't we find someone to verify it later? Whether it's real or fake, we will naturally know when the time comes. Xia Ping stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of righteousness. Of course, I'm not a greedy person who forgets righteousness, but since this is Mr. Hu's good intentions, as a junior, it would be too rude to refuse. Although this is not my original intention, since Mr. Hu has said so, I will inherit his huge inheritance, so of course I will not refuse. Quit. Why don't you quit? Many of the Hor family elders were so angry that their noses were crooked. They had never seen such a despicable person. He clearly used sinister and cunning means to obtain the Hor family's property. He was extremely greedy. Now, he was pretending to be pretentious here, and he even said that it wasn't his original intention. He was forced by Hu Yongming repeatedly. If he really wanted to refuse, he should have refused now. What was the point of pretending here? A trace of fear rose in their hearts. Since this kid was so confident that he wasn't afraid even if he found someone to verify it, then this was probably real. But if this happened, would the Hor family's huge inheritance fall into the hands of this outsider? No, absolutely not. They definitely couldn't let this despicable person succeed. The group of Hor family elders all clenched their fists. Now they no longer thought about how Hu Yongming died. They just wanted to ensure that their family's property wouldn't be taken by an outsider. Compared to the dead, the interests of the living were more important. All right, Hu family, this is just a small matter. Leave for now. We have something to say to Xia Ping, a king said, ordering the Hor family members to leave for now. The Hor family members were very unwilling, but in the face of a king's order, they had to obey. Xia Ping, I heard that 5 demon kings were killed this time. Where are the corpses of those demon kings? A king asked impatiently, looking at Xia Ping. They're on my flying ship.
I'll take them down for you to see.
After saying that, Xia Ping took the corpses of the Bear King, the Cat King, the Ox King, the Snake King, and the Black Scorpion King. This aura, they really are the corpses of demon kings. Although they're not very complete, they're still very valuable for research. These are demon kings' corpses. How can we get them normally? Maybe we can find some secrets from these corpses. The eyes of many kings lit up as they stared at the demon king's corpses. Xia Ping, can you give us these demon king's corpses? Of course, we'll also pay a certain price to buy them. A king looked at Xia Ping eagerly. Xia Ping said straightforwardly, of course, no problem. If you need them, you can take them. Anyway, these demon king's corpses weren't very useful to him. He might as well give them to the human kings. This way, he could use profits to shut their mouths. Not bad at all. Thank you so much. That's it for today. By the way, Xia Ping, now that the myriad demon mountain is furious and wants to kill you, don't leave the giant island for the next few days. That's right. Stay on the giant island. No matter how those demon kings shout, they won't be able to take your life. Don't worry. The kings all spoke kindly. They were naturally willing to be friends with such a promising young man. Chapter 838. Giant Island Villa. After bidding farewell to the kings and the Hui clan, Xia Ping and Jiang Yaro quickly arrived at the inner region of the giant island. They planned to go back and rest. Jiang Yaro looked around curiously and sighed in admiration. As expected of the core region of the giant island, the people living here were all rich and powerful. Others simply couldn't compare to them. If it weren't for Xia Ping, she probably wouldn't have been able to enter the core region. With a bang, the two walked into the villa. But as soon as they stepped through the door, two neat rows of beautiful maids stood in front of them. Each of the maids was dressed very beautifully. Their clothes were tight, showing off their impressive figures. They were also very scheming, purposely revealing a part of their cleavage to cause people's imagination to run wild. Any man who saw this scene would probably feel his blood boiling. "Welcome back, master." The group of maids bowed.
What?
At this moment, Jiang Yaro was in a state of shock. She followed Xia Ping home and didn't expect to see a group of beautiful women. It wasn't one, but a group. It was too exaggerated. It was beyond her imagination. Moreover, she could also see that these maids weren't ordinary maids. Each of them emitted a noble aura. Clearly, they were all highly educated and had a good background. It could be said that it wouldn't be difficult for them to marry a rich man. Such women actually came here to be maids. She didn't even need to think to know what these women were planning. Thinking of this, Jiang Yaro gritted her teeth. She remembered Xia Ping's words before. That shameless scoundrel said he would support her. At that time, she was very touched and thought it was a confession of love. She almost agreed in a moment of impulse. But looking at it now, it was practically a fart.
Support my ass.
There was already a group of beautiful maids in the house. He probably couldn't even handle being a groom every day. My God, just how many women did this shameless scoundrel support in his villa? Moreover, just how many women had he said these words to? Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with them? At this moment, Jiang Yara's face was very dark, black like coal. Her body emitted a dangerous aura. Hearing this, Xia Ping nodded. "Master, I heard that you went on an adventure this time and encountered great danger. You didn't get hurt, right?" "That's right. I heard that Master was besieged by 5 great demon kings and almost died. Fortunately, Hui Yongming sacrificed himself to save him. It must have been a very dangerous situation at that time. I wonder if Master is in any serious trouble." "Humph. Master's blessed. Even without that Hui Yongming, he will definitely be able to return safely." "That's right. What can a mere 5 Yao Kings amount to? As Yao Kings, they actually dare to gang up on us. Their skin is simply too thick." I have never seen such shameless Yao Kings. Fortunately, they are dead. Otherwise, how could they still have the face to live in this world? My God, are these the muscles on Master's body? It's too sturdy, probably even harder than steel. This is the body that could survive the pursuit of the 5 great demon kings. It's amazing. I wonder how it feels to hug it to sleep. Will I get pregnant? A group of maids immediately came forward and surrounded Xia Ping, talking about what had happened in the past few days. After all, the 5 great demon kings and Hui Yongming had perished together. The entire cloud world was shocked, and everyone knew about it. They walked up boldly, touching and pinching Xia Ping's body like female hoodlums, feeling his muscles. Female hoodlums. All of them female hoodlums. Jiang Yaro gnashed his teeth. Did these women know what shame was? In front of everyone, they actually dared to flirt with a man, and even said they would get pregnant. My God, what are these women thinking? Do they even have any shame?
Huh.
Suji, aren't you Suji? Why are you in this place? Suddenly, Jiang Yaro also discovered that among the many beautiful maids, there was also one whose appearance was extremely outstanding, like a crane in a flock of chickens. However, he was very familiar with this woman. Impressively, she was an influential figure in Yanhuang University. She was known as the National Campus Belle, and she was also the daughter of the Su family. But now, she appeared in this villa, wearing a maid outfit. No matter how he looked at it, this scene was very strange.
Ah, ah, ah.
In a flash, Suji's charming face suddenly turned red. Even if you beat her to death, she would have never thought that she would actually see an acquaintance in this place. She simply wanted to be an ostrich and bury her head on the ground. This was really too shameful. Originally, when she saw Jiang Yaru appear, she wanted to turn around and run. However, as the head maid, she couldn't abandon her master and leave. She could only brace herself and continue. She had kept her head down the entire time, praying in her heart that Jiang Yaru hadn't discovered her existence. She didn't expect that Jiang Yaru, with his sharp eyes, would still discover her and point her out on the spot. Don't misunderstand, I came to this place to train. Suji stuttered and found an excuse. Cultivation. The corner of Jiang Yaru's mouth twitched. Did he really think she was an idiot? She was already dressed like a maid and had come to this villa to be this man's maid, and she was still so exposed. Just what kind of cultivation did she practice? Was it the kind that specialized in seducing men? She might even climb onto a man's bed while she was training. An adult would know what would happen even if they used their knees to think. She never thought that even a peerless beauty like Suji would become so shameless. Such a beauty, as long as she casually hooked her finger, who knows how many men would be willing to be hooked. But now, they were actually willing to come to this villa, become this hooligan's maid, and even tried to seduce him. What was going on? When did this hooligan become so charismatic that there were so many beauties willing to throw themselves at him? It's over. This time, my Suji's illustrious reputation is completely gone. Seeing the look in Jiang Yaru's eyes, Suji knew that this intelligent woman simply didn't believe her words. Her heart was filled with despair. It was as if all the students in Yanhuang University knew that she was a shameless woman. In order to seduce men, she even ran into a man's villa. Would she still be able to get married in the future? You guys stay here and chat. I'm going to go into seclusion, Xia Ping said to Jiang Yaru. He left her here and went into seclusion to cultivate. Because the geocentric Ganoderma's medicinal power was constantly being drained. If this continued, perhaps the medicinal power would decrease by a lot. He must quickly refine this spirit herb and thoroughly absorb it. Previously, when he was on the airship, he didn't dare to cultivate. He was afraid that along the way, there might be a demon king coming to kill him. If that happened, he was afraid that he would encounter a huge problem and enter cultivation deviation during his cultivation. But now that he had returned to the villa on the giant island, it was incomparably safe. There was no need to worry about other people disturbing him. Naturally, he could refine this spirit herb in peace. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.